Chapter 41-44. Young master, you are? The shopkeeper's face was pale. He didn't know what Ning-Chi meant. Ziyun came to her senses. She stepped forward and asked nervously, "Husband, can you save shopkeeper Fu?" "Huh," the doctor sneered. "Shopkeeper Fu's heart meridian has been severed. How can he be saved?" Since he said that the shopkeeper couldn't be saved, wasn't it the same as slapping him in the face? What does a severed heart meridian have to do with whether or not he can be saved? Ning-Chi smiled at the doctor. He then walked in front of the shopkeeper and gently pressed his hand on the shopkeeper's chest. A stream of true energy slowly flowed into shopkeeper Fu's body. After about a dozen breaths, his complexion gradually turned from pale to rosy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The doctor was dumbfounded. He then reacted and sneered, "It's just the final radiance of a setting sun." "Huh!" The shopkeeper suddenly jumped up and paced back and forth a few steps. Then, he looked at Ning-Chi with surprise and said, "Young master, my body doesn't hurt anymore. Shopkeeper Fu, are you really alright?" Ziyun was stunned. In just a dozen breaths, Ning-Chi actually managed to save a seriously injured person that the doctor said couldn't be saved? Moreover, looking at the shopkeeper's walking posture, it didn't seem like he was seriously injured or that his heart meridian was severed. The doctor was dumbfounded. He still didn't believe that the shopkeeper could survive. However, after waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the shopkeeper didn't seem to have any intention of dying. The doctor's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Miss, I'm really fine." The shopkeeper was a little surprised. He then immediately cupped his fist and bowed to Ning-Chi. "Thank you for saving my life, young master. No need for formalities. You were also injured for the Z Mansion. Tell me in detail what happened." Ning-Chi smiled. When the shopkeeper heard this, he glanced at the doctor. When the doctor saw this, he quickly said to everyone, "Farewell, farewell. I will take my leave first." He then turned around and left in a fluster. His back was extremely disheveled. After the doctor left, the shopkeeper slowly recounted the entire incident. As the head shopkeeper of the elixir shop, he would often come into contact with some martial artists. Occasionally, he would also cooperate with some small martial arts families. This time, Ziyun asked him to sell the Tu Chi and blood ointment, so he used his own connections to find a martial artist he was familiar with. Then, through his connections, he finally got in touch with a martial arts family that was only 400 miles away from Jiangyin City. After successfully finding a buyer, the shopkeeper personally went to sell the blood Qi ointment. He felt that if he wanted to sell it for a good price, he had to show his sincerity. Moreover, he was afraid that people wouldn't believe in the efficacy of the blood Qi ointment, so he had to show up in person. Otherwise, he would always be treated as a scammer. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived at the martial arts aristocratic family and talked about the efficacy of the blood and Qi ointment, he would be beaten up and even the blood and Qi ointment would be snatched away. XDW 8-inch son-in-law, they really don't distinguish right from wrong. Even Brother Tiger, who led the way for me, was seriously injured by them and is still being detained there. Shopkeeper Fu smiled bitterly. "I think they think you're a liar." Ning-Chi smiled faintly. "Even if they think I'm a liar, they should investigate clearly before making a move." Shopkeeper Fu was a little speechless. "How about this, you take me there? I originally planned to sell the 2 blood and Qi ointment for 1 million taels, but now it seems that the price is still too low. An ordinary person can immediately become a second-rate martial artist with just one set of it. With the strength of 1,000 caddies, it would save them more than 10 years, or even decades of hard work. I plan to sell such a treasure for 5 million taels in the future, and only sell 10 sets a year." Ning-Chi smiled. Ziyun's eyes lit up slightly. If he really sold it for 5 million taels and sold 10 sets a year, wouldn't he earn 50 million taels? and the raw materials needed to make 10 sets of blood and qi ointment would at most be worth 1,000,000 taels. The profit in between was simply frightening. Descended tiger, you've become quite bold recently. How dare you collude with others to swindle our Chen family? Do you really think that just because everyone in the Chen family is a martial artist, we can be bullied? In a training field, a burly man was tied to a wooden stake. His entire body was covered in scars. At this moment, there were a few figures surrounding this burly man. One of them held a whip in his hand, and with every sentence he spoke, he would lash out at the burly man's body. You're just a mediocre warrior, yet you're still so daring. I really admire you. Smack. Another whip. Descended tiger trembled from the beating, and then he said with difficulty, Boss Chen, I really didn't lie to you. Shopkeeper Fu's reputation in the spiritual medicine hall is absolutely trustworthy. Since he said that the blood and qi ointment has such a miraculous effect, there's no reason for him to lie. If he really lied to you, we wouldn't be able to walk out of this place alive. His voice was extremely hoarse because he had not drunk for several days. As long as you use the blood and qi ointment, you can become a second-rate martial artist. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man whom Descended Tiger addressed as Boss Chen could not help but laugh at the sky. Then, his expression turned cold, and he shouted at Descended Tiger coldly, You've been cultivating martial arts for decades, but you're still second-rate. Although our Chen family is a martial arts family with our own martial arts heritage, it takes decades to nurture a second-rate martial artist. Among this generation of young disciples, only one has entered the second-rate, and the rest are all third-rate. Only my father and I have barely stepped into the first-rate. Although our strength is not too high in the Jianghu, when others mention our Chen family, who doesn't give us a thumbs up? With my father's and my strength, we can easily become a sect leader. He paused. You're actually telling me that the blood and qi ointment can transform an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts into a second-rate martial artist in just a few days? Tell me, are you guys greedy for money, or are we too stupid? Descended Tiger was speechless. At this moment, a young man hurried over. His face carried a sliver of joy, a sliver of surprise, and a sliver of panic. All sorts of emotions were mixed together, causing his expression to look extremely twisted. Father! The young man came in front of Boss Chen and cupped his hands. Have you tested it? Is that blood and qi ointment useful? Boss Chen looked at Descended Tiger with a cold smile and said calmly, Father, little brother, he has already advanced to the second-rate. The young man said in a low voice. Advanced to the second-rate, Boss Chen continued to laugh coldly, but after a few breaths, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Descended Tiger suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man with sparkling eyes. What did you say? Your little brother is only 15 years old this year, and he hasn't even touched the third-rate. You said that he has advanced to the second-rate? Boss Chen looked at the young man with a stunned expression. Father, it's absolutely true. That blood and qi ointment does have such a miraculous effect, the young man said with a bitter expression. Of the two blood and qi ointment, one was destroyed by Boss Chen in a fit of anger, and the other was used on his little brother. He was only a third-rate martial artist, and he had not even stepped into the second-rate. In the end, his little brother was one step ahead of him and had stepped into the second-rate. Descended Tiger, what do you think the shopkeeper's name is? What is his background? Boss Chen's heart suddenly twitched. He immediately looked at Descended Tiger and asked anxiously. Chapter 41-45. A hint of ecstasy flashed in the Descended Tiger's eyes. The young man's words were enough to prove that the blood qi ointment was completely effective. In this way, he wouldn't be tortured to death by Boss Chen. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Boss Chen, I don't know Shopkeeper Fu's full name. I only know that he's the shopkeeper of the Purple Mansion in Riverine City. The Purple Palace of Rivershade City? Boss Chen's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, I've heard of this place, but the Purple Mansion seems to be just an ordinary merchant family. How could they have a spirit medicine like the blood chi ointment? I'm not too sure either. Tiger descending the mountain said dryly, Boss Chen, since this vitality ointment is proven to be useful, can you let me go? I have no intention of deceiving you all. Boss Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then, he put on a fake smile and said, My son's aptitude for martial arts has been extremely high since he was young. This time, he was able to become a second-rate martial artist because of his own effort. What does it have to do with your vitality ointment? Descending the mountain Tiger was stunned. After that, a look of despair flashed in his eyes. The other party was clearly making the best of his mistake. He had no intention of letting him leave, and even wanted to silence him. Big brother, I'm afraid we can't underestimate a family that has the blood chi ointment. Someone advised worriedly. Knowing that down the mountain Tiger had no intention of deceiving them, the majority of the Chen family martial artists felt that there was no need to make this matter worse. I know that Zifu. Don't worry, it's just a merchant family. Even if he has a backer, can he be stronger than my Chen family? I remember that the #1 expert in Dark River City is only a second-rate martial artist. His cultivation is the same as my son's. Boss Chen sneered. Everyone stopped trying to persuade him. They knew Boss Chen's personality. Since he had already made his decision, no one could change his mind. Master, there are guests outside. They say they are from the Purple Mansion of Jiangyin City. The fat shopkeeper we threw out last time is also here. A big man who looked like a servant ran over and whispered to Boss Chen. The descended Tiger's eyes immediately lit up. Boss Chen frowned and said, That rich shopkeeper is a second-rate martial artist, but I broke his heart meridian. Thinking about it, he should be dead by now. How can he still come to my Zifu? Big brother, they don't look friendly. Since that shopkeeper is a second-rate martial artist, there might be experts in his Zifu as well. We have to treat this matter seriously. Hee. Boss Chen sneered and glanced at his brothers. The longer you live, the more cowardly you become. One of you go and inform father, the rest of you follow me to meet Zifu. When Boss Chen's brothers heard this, although they were unhappy, they could only do as he said. In the living room of the Chen family, because the rich shopkeeper had returned with a young man who seemed to be in charge, the servants of the Chen family did not treat them lightly. Instead, they invited the two into the reception hall and even served tea. When Boss Chen arrived, Ning Qi was chatting with the rich shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was nervous at the beginning, but he gradually relaxed. He talked with Ning Qi about some interesting stories he had encountered in his business over the years. Who served them tea? When Boss Chen entered the living room and saw the two of them drinking tea, he immediately shouted coldly. One of the servants jumped in fright and hurriedly appeared to apologize. Retreat. Boss Chen said coldly. Yes. The servant hurriedly snatched the tea from Ning Qi and the rich shopkeeper's hands and withdrew it. The rich shopkeeper's face turned ashen as he stared at Boss Chen. He clearly remembered that this person was the one who had beaten him up. If Ning Qi hadn't intervened, he would have died. How dare a swindler come to my Chen family to cheat? How dare you drink tea from my Chen family? I beat you half to death last time, and you dare to come looking for trouble again? Boss Chen stared coldly at the rich shopkeeper. A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. The rich shopkeeper didn't look like he had suffered any internal injuries. How could his injuries recover so quickly in such a short period of time? Moreover, his heart meridian was severed. Only a top expert who had condensed true energy could save him, and even then, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. You're really slandering me. You don't have any evidence, yet you're calling me a swindler. Forget it, my son-in-law is here today. You can tell him what you want. The rich shopkeeper's face was ashen as he said indifferently. Your son-in-law? Boss Chun glanced at Ningqi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. How could this immature guy be your son-in-law? How dare you? The rich shopkeeper suddenly stood up and shouted at Boss Chun. The Chun brothers, who initially wanted to turn the matter into a small one, also shouted at the rich shopkeeper. They rubbed their palms and were ready to take him down. You're the head of the Chun family? Ningqi was not angry. He looked at Boss Chun with a smile. My father is old, so I'm in charge of the Chun family now. Boss Chun nodded. I found out that you guys cheated me the last time. What are you planning to do here today? I've already let you guys live the last time. Do you want the Chun family to personally come to Riverine City and settle this matter with your purple mansion? You need evidence for everything. Since you said that the blood chi ointment is fake, why don't you take it out and I'll test it on the spot? Ningqi smiled. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The rich shopkeeper said in a low voice, Young master, one of the blood chi ointment was destroyed on the spot. They still have one left. I think it's gone. Ningqi suddenly smiled. Indeed, I've already thrown that fake into the gutter. Boss Chun nodded. It's not thrown into the gutter. It's already been used, right? Ningqi smiled and stood up. Boss Chun said with a fake smile, Why would I use it for something useless? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my Chun family, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise what? Ningqi smiled. Second brother, teach him a lesson. Let him know what the Chun family does. Boss Chun sneered. Yes, big brother. Boss Chen's second brother immediately walked toward Ningqi. His chi and blood were surging. It was obvious that he was a second-rate expert. His strength was definitely much stronger than the rich shopkeeper. Little brother, I'm sorry. Boss Chen's second brother seemed to be quite reasonable. He walked in front of Ningqi and smiled. He did not make a move directly. I should be the one who's being offended. Ningqi smiled and gently waved his hand. Boss Chen's second brother immediately flew out of the living room and landed heavily on the ground. What? The Chun family's expression changed at the same time. How could a second-rate expert be sent flying by such a young junior in the blink of an eye? Boss Chen's eyes suddenly became solemn. He knew that he had misjudged. Chapter 41-46. Second Uncle. Boss Chen's son ran out of the door hurriedly. He looked at his second uncle's injuries and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they were not serious. Boss Chen and the rest of the people looked at Ningqi with a solemn expression. This young man, who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, was most likely a top-notch expert. Everyone, including Boss Chen, felt a little nervous when they thought of Ningqi's martial arts cultivation at such a young age. Such a young top-notch expert would be nurtured as the successor of any sect or family in the Jianghu of the Divine Tang Empire. Could it be that he was also nurtured by the blood and chi ointment? Boss Chen's heart skipped a beat. The solemn expression on his face dissipated a little, but he was getting more and more curious about the origin of the blood and chi ointment. I'll ask you again. Where is the other blood and chi ointment? Ningqi smiled faintly. I threw it into the smelly ditch, Boss Chen said coldly. I admit that I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a top-notch expert at such a young age. However, the Chun family is not easy to deal with. My father and I are both top-notch experts. Are you sure you want to fight one against two? It seems like you're really unrepentant. You won't repent until you see your coffin. Ningqi sighed softly. Anger surged in Boss Chen's eyes. He suddenly shouted and punched at Ningqi. The chi and blood in his body were mobilized at this moment. The power of his punch was at least 2,000 caddies. If it hit a person, it would be enough to kill them instantly. Ningqi's face turned cold. He raised his hand and punched. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. Wisps of golden vital energy gushed out of Ning Chi's palm and turned into a golden dragon. Under Boss Chen's horrified gaze, the dragon crashed into him. Bang! Boss Chen was sent flying several feet high. He smashed through the living room's ceiling and landed heavily in the courtyard outside. Boss Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to support himself with his hands. He raised his head and stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. Vital energy! It was vital energy! He was a top-notch expert. He was in existence akin to a martial arts master. How could a young man have such a cultivation base? How was this possible? It wasn't just the Chun family that was shocked. Even the shopkeeper who had come with Ning Chi was shocked by Ning Chi's method. A top expert. The son-in-law is actually a top expert. The shopkeeper's entire body trembled and his face turned red. He was not afraid, but excited. As long as one had a slight understanding of world of martial arts, they would know what a top-notch expert represented. In the entire province there were only a few top-notch experts. Only those top-notch families and sects had such experts overseeing them. If the Z Mansion has a top-notch expert, wouldn't it become a top-notch clan? It's over. It's over. Big Brother was really harmed by greed this time, to actually provoke such a powerhouse for my Chen family. Eldest Chen's younger brothers looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a wisp of despair. They should have thought of this. How terrifying would a force that possessed the vitality ointment be? It was impossible for them to be like they were on the surface, just a merchant family. That Zi Fu was most likely just a representative of this faction. Just like their Chun family, they would also nurture a few merchant families that specialized in doing business for them. After all, practicing martial arts was extremely costly. Without the support of money, it was impossible to practice martial arts. What frightened them the most was Ning Chi's age. At the age of 17 or 18, he already had such strength. How terrifying was his background. They did not believe that Ning Chi did not have someone supporting him. So, what kind of cultivation did that person have? Extremely powerful. Thinking of this, eldest Chen's younger brothers moved their lips, and their faces turned pale. They did not know whether they should open their mouths and beg for mercy. "Little brother, please have mercy." A white-haired old man suddenly rushed over. He squatted down to check on eldest Chen's injuries, and his heart was instantly relieved. He then stood up and walked into the living room, and cupped his fists at Ning Chi. "Little brother, I am Chen Xiaoran, the head of the Chen family. If my son has offended you, please forgive him." "Dad! Grandpa!" When the Chen family saw Chen Xiaoran, they immediately found their backbone and breathed a sigh of relief. "Forgive him?" Ning Chi looked at Chen Xiaoran, and suddenly sat back down on the chair. "Tell your son to come here, I have something to ask him." Chen Xiaoran looked at Ning Chi deeply, and then shouted at eldest Chen, "Did you hear that? Come here now." "Yes, Dad." Eldest Chen forced himself to walk into the living room. His eyes flickered, and he did not dare to look at Ning Chi. "Come here and kneel." Ning Chi smiled. "What?" The Chen family members looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly surged with anger. Wasn't this too humiliating? He swallowed the qi and blood ointment of my Z mansion, and even injured the shopkeeper of my Z mansion. Shouldn't he kneel? Ning Chi smiled. He should kneel. Chen Xiaoran forced a smile, and then looked at eldest Chen. "Unfilial son, what are you waiting for?" Eldest Chen's face was pale, and there was a hint of green in it. He gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Ning Chi. "Shopkeeper Fu, what did you say the name of the person who helped you before was?" Ning Chi smiled at Shopkeeper Fu. "Young master, his name is Downhill Tiger." Shopkeeper Fu hurriedly said, "Oh, bring Downhill Tiger here. He's not dead, right? If he's dead, then use the 3 lives of your Chen family to pay for it." Ning Chi smiled. The Chen family members felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't know if what Ningqi said was true, but they were sure that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for a top-notch expert who had condensed true qi. He's still alive. I'll bring him here now. Eldest Chen's son immediately turned and left the guest hall. Not long after, Downhill Tiger, who was covered in cuts and bruises, was brought into the guest hall. When Downhill Tiger and shopkeeper Fu saw each other, they immediately rushed forward and looked at each other affectionately. "Brother Tiger, I've implicated you this time." Shopkeeper Fu's face was full of guilt. "It's not brother's fault. This Chen family has gone too far. First, they thought we were swindlers. Later on, they clearly knew the effects of the qi and blood ointment, but they still went along with it. If brother didn't come this time, this little brother might have been secretly buried in the wilderness, and I, Downhill Tiger, would no longer exist in this world." As Downhill Tiger spoke, he gritted his teeth and looked at eldest Chen. Then, he immediately bowed to Ningqi. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. There's no need to be so courteous. Since you're doing something for the Z Mansion, we'll definitely protect you." Ningqi smiled. After a pause, Ningqi looked at eldest Chen. "Did you hear what he said? Who did you use the qi and blood ointment on?" "Me. My youngest son." Eldest Chen lowered his head and clenched his fists. He felt extremely humiliated. He was a dignified expert, but he had to kneel in front of a junior in his own territory. This feeling was really torturous. Chapter 41-47. Your youngest son? Ningqi smiled. Where is your youngest son now? Since the vitality ointment was used on him, don't you know what it does? Boss Chen lowered his head, not daring to defend himself. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoran hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Little brother, my son is careless and careless. Some things must be done very carelessly. This time, it should be a misunderstanding. Since no one died, why don't we double the price and buy that qi and blood pill?" Double the price? The Chen family was slightly stunned. The last time shopkeeper Fu came, he said 1,000,000 taels of vitality ointment for one portion. Double the price would be 2,000,000 taels of silver, and 4,000,000 taels of silver for 2 portions. The price was indeed a little expensive, but compared to the effects of the vitality ointment, the price seemed very reasonable. They were well aware of Boss Chen's youngest son's character. He did not have much interest in martial arts since he was a child, but after using the qi and blood ointment, he immediately became a second-rate warrior. This qi and blood ointment was simply a legendary elixir that could seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. Double the price? Ningqi glanced at Chen Xiaoran and smiled. "You don't know anything about what happened in the Chen family these days?" "Well, I know a little." Chen Xiaoran smiled awkwardly. "Since you know, why didn't you show up to deal with this matter? Did you have to wait for me to come personally before you were willing to show up?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "Well, I have been cultivating in seclusion for some time. I think you have no time to discipline your son, causing him to do such unconscionable things at such an old age." Ningqi smiled. "It's my fault for not teaching him well. Little brother, can you give him another chance?" The smile on Chen Xiaoran's face had become extremely stiff. For an old man like him to smile cautiously in front of a young man, this feeling was even more humiliating than Boss Chen kneeling in front of Ningqi. However, the means that Ningqi had used earlier had forced him to ignore the age of both parties. So what if Ningqi was young? He was an expert who had condensed vital energy. At the very least, he was a top-notch expert. In Chen Xiaoran's eyes, it was not Ningqi who was scary, but the terrifying force that could cultivate such a young expert. His heart was beating like a drum. He had already guessed that Ningqi was most likely the disciple of the 2 martial arts peak of the divine Tang Empire. "Young master, you can't give him a chance. This boss Chen clearly knows the effects of the vitality ointment, yet he still intends to silence me. If it wasn't for young master coming to visit today, he might have already brought people to the Z Palace. Tiger descending the mountain suddenly spoke. Because the shopkeeper addressed Ning Qi as son-in-law, he naturally also addressed him as son-in-law. When the members of the Chun clan heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. Boss Chen's body trembled. He indeed had such a thought. Moreover, the moment he found out about the effects of the qi and blood ointment, he planned to take some people to the Purple Mansion. It was not to make amends. Instead, he wanted to obtain more vitality ointment. One portion of vitality ointment could create a second-rate martial artist. What about 10 portions? Wouldn't that give the Qin family more than 10 young second-rate experts? What was even more frightening was that these second-rate experts were all very young. With a little nurturing in the future, it would not be a problem for them to become first-rate experts. It was even more likely that they would be able to condense true qi and become top-notch experts. At that time, the Chun clan could leap to become one of the few top-notch families in the province. I can see from your expression that he was right. Ning Qi smiled at Boss Chen and then slowly stood up. A trace of panic flashed in Chen Sharon's eyes. He quickly said, "Little brother, please calm down. Little brother, please calm down. After today, I will definitely punish him. There's no need for that. Since you have no time to discipline your child because of your cultivation, I will discipline him for you." Ning Qi chuckled and reached out to pat the top of Boss Chen's head. "Wait." Chen Shaoran anxiously turned his palm into a claw and directly grabbed Ning Qi's arm. Ning Qi waved his hand fiercely. Chen Shaoran, who was also a first-rate expert, was directly sent flying and smashed the screen in the distance. The crowd did not have time to exclaim. In the next moment, they saw Ning Qi's palm had already landed on the top of Boss Chen's head. As soon as Boss Chen opened his mouth, he felt a terrifying aura crazily surging into his body. Then, Boss Chen spat out an arrow of blood. After spitting out this arrow of blood, Boss Chen's face suddenly became incomparably pale. I will spare his life today. However, his heart meridian has been broken. If you want to live, you will have to find a way yourself. Ning Qi smiled. Chen Shaoran stood up from the broken screen. Seeing that his son was not dead, he first breathed a sigh of relief. But then, his heart was in his throat again. His heart meridian was broken? How could he be saved? Other than a top-notch expert who had condensed true qi, ordinary doctors would not be able to treat this kind of injury. Boss Chen's face was extremely ugly. The other party had actually broken his heart meridian. Was this revenge? He had previously broken the rich shopkeeper's heart meridian. Now, the rich shopkeeper had brought people to break his heart meridian. Little brother, since my son's heart meridian has been broken by you, should we just let this matter go? The forced smile on Chen Sharon's face had already disappeared. Take out the 2 portions of qi and blood ointment from my Zifu and I will let this matter go. Ning Qi smiled. 2 portions of qi and blood ointment? One portion had been destroyed on the spot, and the other was used on Boss Chen's youngest son. How could the Chun family take it out? How about this, little brother? Let's make it 4 million taels of silver. Give us a month to raise the money. When the time comes, I will personally send it to the Zifu in Jiangyin City. How about it? Chen Shaoran said. Young master is still the best. The price has quadrupled as soon as he appeared. The rich shopkeeper secretly admired him. 4 million taels of silver? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. How can there be such a cheap deal in this world? I originally intended to set the price at 1 million taels of silver. Since you don't like this price, then let's make it 5 million taels of silver. 5 million taels of silver for 1 portion, 2 portions of 10 million taels of silver. I will give you a month to raise the money. 10 million taels of silver? Not only were the Chen family shocked, but even the rich shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. 10 million taels of silver had been earned just by moving his lips? From his point of view, the Chen family did not have the strength to resist Ning Qi. If they did not pay up, what awaited them would be the destruction of their family. Little brother, 10 million taels of silver is too much. After deducting the necessary expenses from our Chen family's various businesses, we only have 1 million or so left over in a year, Chen Xiaoran said with a deathly pale face. This is your Chen family's matter. I only want the money. There is no need to say anything else. Ning Qi smiled. What if our Chen family can't afford it? Chen Xiaoran's voice gradually turned cold. Then we will destroy our family. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly curled up. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 41-48. Annihilation. Ning Qi's words were like a nail, hammering deeply into the hearts of the Chen clan's disciples. Even after Ning Qi and the rest had left, they could still hear the murderous intent in his word. Since when did the Chen clan face the calamity of annihilation? Ever since Boss Chen and Chen Xiaoran both became first-rate experts, the Chen clan's position in the province had risen many times over. There were only 7 or 8 clans that were similar in strength to them. The only ones that were stronger were the 3 clans that had top-notch experts. 2 of them were sects, and only 1 was a clan. From this, it could be seen how strong the Chen clan was in the province. It was not an obscure sect, but a powerful clan that had 2 first-rate experts, several second-rate experts, and many third-rate experts. Father, this time, it was I who harmed the Chen clan. Boss Chen lowered his head. Even after Ning Qi and the rest had left, he did not stand up. Instead, he knelt before Chen Xiaoran. If it wasn't for my greed and desire to keep the blood qi ointment, our Chen clan would not have provoked such an expert. Father, your heart's meridian has been broken. Rest more, don't speak anymore. Boss Chen's son quickly stepped forward, wanting to help Boss Chen up. At the same time, he said to Chen Xiaoran, Grandfather, you must save my father. Our Chen clan only has 2 first-rate experts. If father dies, our status will plummet. I'm old, and the rest of you don't have the aptitude to become a first-rate expert. If he dies, then when I die, our Chen clan will be reduced to a second-rate clan. In the entire province, we will be ranked below 50. Chen Xiaoran sighed and his eyes flashed coldly. Since he wants 10 million silver and broke your father's meridian, our Chen clan cannot compromise. Father, do you have any other ideas? Boss Chen was slightly startled, and his eyes suddenly revealed a hint of joy. With his understanding of Chen Xiaoran, he would only say such words when he thought of a way to deal with the situation. In my early years, I had a relationship with the Dongfang clan's patriarch. If I go to them and give them 1 or 2 million silver, they should help to save you. The only thing we need to consider is the person behind Ning Qi. Chen Xiaoran's eyes became deep. Such a young top expert, there's a high chance that there's a top expert behind him. That's not necessarily true, Father. Have you forgotten the effects of the vitality ointment? He's already a top-notch expert at such a young age. It's very likely that it has a lot to do with the vitality ointment. Boss Chen suddenly opened his mouth. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could the Z family of the River Yin City, which was not famous for the past few decades and was just an ordinary merchant family, suddenly have a top expert in one night? What you said is not impossible. How about this? Send someone to Jiangmin City to gather information, and I will personally bring you to the Dongfang family. With this blood qi ointment, perhaps the Dongfang family will treat you without the need for money. Chen Xiaoran said thoughtfully. Everyone instantly came to an understanding in their hearts when they heard this. Chen Xiaoran's meaning was very simple. He wanted to use the blood essence ointment to draw out the Dongfang clan, and at that time, the Dongfang clan would go against the Zifu clan. In this way, not only would they not have to pay the 10 million silver, but they could also borrow the Dongfang clan's hands to get rid of the Zifu clan. If Boss Chen's guess was correct, there was no top expert in the Zifu clan. In that case, a mere Zifu clan would not be a match for the 200-years-old Dongfang clan. Let's go, there's no time to lose. Prepare the carriage immediately, Chen Xiaoran shouted. Hearing this, Boss Chen's brothers immediately turned around and left. They quickly arranged everything. While Boss Chen followed Chen Xiaoran to the Dongfang clan, another group of martial artists also rushed to Jiamin City to gather information. Young master, if we just leave like this, will the Chen clan regret? The rich shopkeeper's face revealed a trace of worry. According to my understanding, the Chen clan has been around for more than 100 years. Since the generation of Boss Chen's great-grandfather, the Chen clan has been a tyrant. They have a lot of connections in the martial world, and it's very likely that they know those 3 top experts. Descending the mountain tiger had the same worry, but because he wasn't familiar with Ning Qi, he didn't dare to speak on his own. The moment the rich shopkeeper spoke, he immediately followed up. Shopkeeper Rich is right. The Chen clan should not be able to take out 10 million silver in a short period of time. Even if they do, they would have to sell off a lot of their assets. With Boss Chen's temperament, I can tell that Chen Xiaoran's temperament is similar to his. They won't let the Chen clan suffer such a huge loss. It's very likely that they will go to other places to ask for help. This time, he had been miserably abused by the Chen clan. He already knew that there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. With his strength, how could he be a match for the Chen clan? In his heart, he hoped that Ning Qi could beat the Chen clan until they couldn't raise their heads. Only then would things be settled once and for all. Isn't this just right? Let's get rid of them in one fell swoop. In the future, all the powers in the martial world will know of the Zifu clan's prestige. We won't have to worry about the sales of the blood qi ointment, and we won't have to worry about the Chen clan trying to hide my blood qi ointment. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Shopkeeper Rich and Tiger down the mountain were both startled. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. So this young Master Ning had considered this point? But Shopkeeper Rich didn't think too much about it because his understanding of the martial world was not deep enough. Tiger down the mountain was a little nervous. As far as he knew, the power of those top families was very strong. Moreover, it wasn't just reflected in martial arts cultivation. In addition to the top experts overseeing them, they could casually call out and people from both the black and white sects would come to help. At that time, if they invited a few good friends, or even 2 other top experts, the Zifu clan would be annihilated without the need for the government to intervene. Tiger down the mountain spoke of the worries in his heart. At the same time, he sized up Ning Qi's expression. When he found that Ning Qi was not worried about this point, he gradually became a little anxious. He would never have thought that Ning Qi's cultivation had already reached the peak level. Moreover, he had also found the Dragon Slayer saber. With the power of the Dragon Slayer saber, Ning Qi could easily defeat the 2 peak martial arts experts if they personally came. Unless those 2 were like Ning Qi, a divine king or ultimate god who had fallen into this world, Ning Qi had countless methods to defeat the strong with the weak in his memory. I haven't practiced that sword technique for a long time. I should take some time to practice it when I go back. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Chapter 41-49. River Yin City. After a period of recuperation, LV Heng's injuries had recovered a lot. He could now walk freely in the yard. The government had sent 2 constables to take care of LV Heng. One of them was He Bai. Did you say that Li Hu has been put in prison? LV Hung stretched himself and looked at He Bai. He Bai immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, Li Hu has colluded with the Black Tiger gang and abused his power. He is now in prison waiting for your arraignment." Colluding with the Black Tiger gang, LV Heng sneered a few times. Then he thought of the scene where he was sent flying by Ning Qi's palm. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. There was actually such a young top expert hiding in the small Jiangyin city who had condensed true qi. This was something that LV Heng could not figure out. In Jianghu, the distribution of the major forces was actually very stable. 1 was 1, 2 were 2. It was not like the chaotic times when heroes or ambitious people often rose up. So, why would there be a top expert in the Purple Mansion of Jiangyin City that was not even recorded by Six Fan School? He was so young. It should be known that there were only 2 or 3 such people in the entire province. There were only about 30 top experts in the Divine Tang Empire. Even Six Fan School only had 4 or 5 top experts. I heard that young Master Ning said that whoever could take down Li Hu would be taught martial arts. Then you stood up. LV Heng calmly looked at He Bai. Although he had suffered some light injuries, he had more or less recovered. The aura of a first-rate expert suddenly rose and pressed down on He Bai like a mountain. He Bai could not help but take a few steps back. The constables who served LV Heng with him were also shocked by this aura. A trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Then, he looked at He Bai with some schadenfreude. He knew that LV Heng's aura was only aimed at He Bai. Who asked you to betray Constable Li? Lord LV is also a constable of Six Fan School. How can he tolerate such an obvious betrayal? The constable sneered in his heart. It was indeed this lowly one who stood up. A trace of panic flashed through He Bai's heart, but he immediately calmed his heart and slowly said, "The situation is critical. If we don't give young Master Ning an explanation, I'm afraid that with his methods, he will easily kill us all and leave with large strides. In addition, this lowly officer is also very angry at Tiger Li for repeatedly finding trouble with young Master Ning because of the Black Tiger gang. Experts who can condense true qi, no matter where they are, be it in Jianghu or in the imperial court, they cannot be easily offended." LV Heng stared at He Bai for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, before he suddenly laughed lightly. "Your decisiveness is not bad, I'm quite satisfied." As he spoke to this point, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Li Hu didn't even know the other party's background, yet he almost caused me to lose my life here. He deserves to go to prison. When the other constable heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. However, he did not dare to show it and lowered his head even more. "Has there been any movement from the Z Mansion during this period of time?" LV Heng said indifferently. "Young Master Ning brought the Z Mansion's shopkeeper out for a trip a few days ago. Today they have returned to River Een City." He Bai said, "That's good. Come with me to the Z Mansion." LV Heng said indifferently. He Bai was a little surprised, but he did not refuse. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He believed that Ning Qi's words would not be forgotten. Martial arts inheritance. What a thing to look forward to. If he could practice martial arts, then he would not need to be a small constable in this life. He would not need to muddle-headedly pass his days. Not to mention reaching the next level, but replacing Tiger Li's position in River Een City should not be a problem. At the same time, Chen Xiaoran brought Boss Chen, whose heart meridian had been broken, and a few servants of the Chen family. They arrived in front of a simple and unadorned house. An old man was holding a broom, cleaning up the withered leaves on the ground. When he saw Chen Xiaoran and the others, he laughed lightly and said indifferently, "Everyone has come from afar, is there something you need?" This one is Chen Xiaoran. "Today, I came here to discuss something with Brother Ling Tian." Chen Xiaoran stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will go pass the message." The old man nodded slowly, and carried the broom as he turned around and entered the house. Not long after, he appeared in front of everyone again, and said with a smile, "The Patriarch has agreed to see you. The Patriarch has agreed to meet you. Please follow me." Chen Xiaoran heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately brought everyone into the Dongfang family. Don't look at the Dongfang family as one of the top families in the province. In truth, there were not many people in the Dongfang family. Including those who were scattered all over the place, there were only about 100 of them. This little brother's face is pale, without any color, and his breathing is rapid. It seems like he has suffered a serious internal injury. As the old man walked, his gaze suddenly swept across Boss Chen, and he said indifferently, "Old brother is right. My son's heart meridian has been broken by a thief." Chen Xiaoran said, "Oh? His heart meridian has been broken? Then today, you came to find my old master to ask him to repair his heart meridian?" The old man suddenly frowned. "There is another important matter. If this matter were to spread in the pugilistic world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar." Chen Xiaoran said. The old man did not believe it, and his expression turned cold. If his old master really wanted to repair someone's heart meridian, it would affect the person's cultivation. Not long after, Chen Xiaoran stopped in front of a courtyard. Looking up, he saw two old men about the same age as him, sitting face to face. In front of them there was a chessboard. Old master has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the game should be ending soon. Everyone, please wait here for a while. The old man said indifferently, turned around, and left. Chen Xiaoran and the others looked at each other. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep? What if it was another day and night? Chen Xiaoran and the others could afford to wait, but Boss Chen's injuries could not wait. Fortunately, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a helpless sigh and a hearty laugh could be heard. The game had already ended, and the old man who lost looked up at the entrance of the courtyard. His brows slowly relaxed, and he said with a light smile, "Brother Chen, we haven't met for many years, but you are still as elegant as before." Chen Xiaoran immediately walked into the courtyard, and cupped his fists towards the old man. "Brother Ling Tian must be joking. All these years, I have not been able to break through the shackles and condense my true qi. I'm afraid that in another 7 or 8 years, I will have to rest in peace. Compared to Brother Ling Tian, the difference is really too great." As he spoke, he looked at the other old man, and his eyes moved slightly. That old man's status was also not ordinary. Chapter 4150. The province that Chen Xiaoran was in had 3 top-notch experts overseeing it. One of them was the Dongfang family's Dongfang Lingtian. His age was not much different from Chen Xiaoran's. The two of them had interacted when they were young, and it was also at that time that they had a bit of friendship. Chen Xiaoran also knew the old man who was playing chess with Dongfang Lingtian. He was one of the 2 top-notch experts in their province, the sect leader of the Righteous Sword sect, Qiu Yuanqi. Dongfang Lingtian smiled and looked at Boss Chen, who was standing behind Chen Xiaoran. He asked, "Is this your son?" "Yes." Chen Xiaoran told him everything in a low voice, including the existence of the blood qi ointment and ning qi from the Purple Mansion. Boss Chen couldn't hold on for long, so he had to end the battle quickly. "You said that the blood qi ointment can promote a martial artist who isn't even a third-rate martial artist to a second-rate martial artist?" Qiu Yuanqi was a little surprised. He had lived for more than 80 years and had never heard of such a thing. Even if some heaven and earth elixirs had powerful effects, they could at most increase a person's cultivation by 5 or 6 years. This kind of medicine was enough to make people fight for it in the Jianghu. "You said that young Master Ning from the Purple Mansion has condensed his true qi at the age of 18 or 19, and his cultivation is on par with us?" Dongfang Lingtian's eyes moved and his face showed a trace of seriousness. "Yes." Chen Xiaoran nodded and said with a wry smile, I was also very shocked when I discovered this. Even the most talented Heaven's Pridelings are only first class at this age. I have never heard of anyone who could condense Zhen Qi before the age of 40 in the Jianghu for hundreds of years. This kind of existence is like the two of you are the masters of martial arts. I'll help your son reconnect his pulse first. We'll discuss the rest in detail later. Dongfang Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If what Chen Xiaoran said was true, then the effect of the blood qi ointment was terrifying to martial artists. Since the other party could take out 2 sets to sell, there must be more in stock. Chen Xiaoran hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Lingtian, they want me to gather 10 million taels of silver in a month. 10 million taels of silver? With the strength of your Chen clan, even if you manage to gather this amount of money, it will still be a huge blow to your foundation. There is no need to be anxious. When the time comes, Brother Chiu and I will accompany you. I also want to see the cultivation of that young man and see if he is as powerful as you say. Dongfang Lingtian smiled. Chen Xiaoran heaved a sigh of relief. It was the right decision to come to the Dongfang family. As long as Dongfang Lingtian promised, the matter would be half resolved. Moreover, Qiu Yuanqi was here. In Chen Xiaoran's eyes, the righteous sword sect was stronger than the Dongfang family. Let's see if your Zifu sect can withstand the attacks of 2 top experts. Chen Xiaoran sneered. Young master, the constables are here again. Ru Yun hopped over to Ning Qi. Ever since she used the blood qi ointment, her skin had become sparkling and translucent. Those servant girls who had never used the blood qi ointment before were extremely envious. Moreover, Ning Qi had taught her some martial arts. In addition, she was already a second-rate master, so her overall temperament was completely different from before. She was also a lot livelier. Who is it this time? Ning Qi smiled. One of the constables seems familiar, and the other is very young as well. I have never seen him before, but that constable is extremely respectful to him and always calls him Lord Lu. Ru Yun said. Are they in the guest hall now? Ning Qi asked. No, they are waiting at the door. The young miss said that our Zifu sect is different from before. Even the officials don't have to give too much face. Not to mention that group of constables were so rude last time. No matter what, we won't let them in this time. Ru Yun said. Go, invite them to the guest hall. I will go over in a while. Ning Qi smiled. Ru Yun stuck out her tongue when she heard this, then she turned around and skipped away. At the entrance of the Zifu sect, LV Heng and He Bai waited quietly. If it was in the past, with LV Heng's temper, he would have already been angry. However, since he was defeated by Ning Qi in one move last time, he no longer regarded the Zifu sect as a small merchant family. With a top expert overseeing, they are not much weaker than the Dongfang family and the righteous sword sect. If I am not wrong, this is really a hidden martial arts family. Maybe this time I can recruit a strong assistant for the 6th fan school. Thinking of this, the door suddenly opened. Ru Yun said to the 2 of them, The son-in-law wants you to wait in the guest hall. Follow me. Thank you, little girl. LV Hing smiled and cupped his fist. Then, he gave He Bai a look and brought He Bai to follow Ru Yun to the guest room. During this process, LV Hing kept looking at Ru Yun. When Ru Yun noticed this, her expression changed slightly and she sneered. Young master, you keep looking at me. Is there a flower on my face? He Bai's face became a little strange. LV Hing smiled and didn't explain. However, Ru Yun looked at him with a hint of vigilance and didn't get too close to LV Hing. He deliberately took a few steps back and said to He Bai, who had a strange expression, The Zifu sect has been in your Jiangyin city for many years. Li Hu didn't notice it. Is the Zifu sect a martial arts family? Martial arts family? He Bai was stunned. LV Hung pouted his lips at Ru Yun. Do you know that such a 15 or 16-year-old girl's chi and blood are more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people like you? Her punch has a force of 2,000 jin, enough to kill a tiger. She is a second-rate master. 2. Second-rate master? Isn't that the same as Dojo Lord Nyo? He-bai's eyes flashed with a touch of horror. When he looked at Ru Yun again, there was a trace of awe in his eyes. Nyo Dezhuang was the #1 master in Jiangyin City. This was recognized. Even when the Black Tiger Gang was at their most rampant, they didn't dare to provoke the people of Zhentian Dojo because Nyo Dezhuang was there. Now, he learned that the strength of a little maid of the Zifu sect was comparable to that of Nyo Dezhuang. How could he not be shocked? Whether it was in Jianghu or in the court, a second-rate master could easily achieve great achievements. For example, if the Six Fan School had the strength of a second-rate master, it could be ranked in the top 10 among the constables of the entire province. The Zifu sect is really getting more and more unfathomable. He-bai was secretly shocked. Some of the servants and maids he met on the way had become unfathomable in his eyes. Young Master Ning said that he would give me the martial arts inheritance. Since even a maid can become a second-rate master, I should at least be a third-rate master, right? Thinking of this, He-bai's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. The two soon arrived at the reception hall. After waiting for a while, they saw a figure slowly walking into the hall. He-bai subconsciously stood up when he saw this. Chapter 41-51. Young Master Ning. He-bai was not so nervous when facing LV Hung, but when he saw Ning Qi today, he suddenly became a little nervous. This had a lot to do with Ru Yun's martial arts cultivation that he had just heard from LV Hung. A little maid could have such martial arts cultivation, what about him? There was no need to feel a fire in his heart. It was as if he could imagine himself becoming a martial arts expert in the future. Ning Qi smiled and nodded to He-bai, then his eyes fell on LV Hung. At this time, LV Hung also stood up. Although he was young and was a senior member of the Six Doors, he was neither servile nor overbearing when he met some top experts. But Ning Qi was different. Ning Qi was younger than him, but he had become a top expert at this age. He did not dare to be arrogant, not to mention that he had been defeated by Ning Qi in one move before, so he still had some respect in his heart. Young Master Ning, we don't know each other without fighting. That Li who helped the enemy in Jiangyin City and is now in prison. I hope young Master Ning will not take it to heart. LV Hing said with a smile. I won't take it to heart. No matter where it is, there will always be a few rat droppings. Ning Qi smiled. He did not see hatred in LV Heng's eyes. Mr. Ning, I'm Lu Hung, a silver plate arrester of the Six Fan School. I happened to pass by Jiangyin City this time. If I didn't, I wouldn't have known that there's a martial arts genius like Mr. Ning in Jiangyin City. You and I are quite fated. LV Hing said with a smile. Brother LV, you flatter me. Ning Qi smiled. Today, Brother LV came not only to tell me that Li Hu is in prison, is there anything else? Young Master Ning, there is something I don't know if I should ask. The smile on LV Heng's face faded slightly, and his expression became serious. Go ahead. Ning Qi said with a smile. Young Master Ning's martial arts heritage, which sect does it come from? LV Heng asked. This is hard to say. My martial arts heritage is quite complicated. Ning Qi smiled. Then I won't ask any more questions. Lu Hung laughed awkwardly and paused. Young Master Ning, our Six Fan School has recently been recruiting Jianghu heroes. In a short period of time, more than 10 first-class masters have joined the Six Fan School, and several top masters have also taken up posts in the Six Fan School. The authority of the Six Fan School is quite strong in the Divine Tang Empire. The order in the Jianghu is also maintained by the Six Fan School. I wonder if young Master Ning is willing to join the 6-fan school for a position? Temporary position. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The 6-fan school was the official organization of the Divine Tang Empire, which he had heard from Zi Yun and shopkeeper Fu. The strongest sect in the Divine Tang Empire did not exist in Jianghu, but in the imperial court. The 6-fan school was undoubtedly the best. This was because the imperial advisor of the Divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xiangwu Temple, these two pinnacle martial arts existences, held positions in the 6-fan school. In the huge 6-fan school, there were countless constables below the third-rate. Even the second-rate and first-rate experts were more powerful than the rest. Before this, the 6-fan school had more top experts and peerless masters than the sects in the Jianghu. I wonder how this temporary position is going to work? Ning Qi smiled and said, Do you need me to go to the capital? This is the first time I've taken a temporary position. I do need to go to the capital and retrieve the tiger tally of the 6-fan school. LV Hing said. In addition, only when something serious happens and the constables of the nearby 6-fan school can't solve it, will they ask for experts like young Master Ning. On a normal day, young Master Ning can receive a handsome salary every year, and you can also use the resources of the 6-fan school. You don't need to be on standby all the time. You can be free and unfettered. Ru Yun's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. In her opinion, LV Heng's conditions were extremely generous. If I join the 6-fan school, what kind of constable can I be? Ning Qi smiled and said. LV Heng's eyes brightened. Since Ru Yun asked this question, it meant that she was interested. When he thought of the reward he could get if he recruited a top master into the 6-fan school, LV Heng's heart was a little hot. Ordinary top masters might not get a high reward, but if he could recruit a young top master like Ning Qi, the 6-fan school would be very happy, and the reward would not be low. Young Master Ning is a top master, so he can naturally be a gold medal constable. Above young Master Ning there are a few top masters. LV Hing said with a solemn face and cupped his fists. Gold medal constable? He Bai's eyes lit up. Although he was not clear about the cultivation of the martial artists in Jianghu, he was clear about the hierarchy in the 6-fan school. 6-fan school had a strict hierarchy, and a subordinate could not go against his superior. Even if his superior asked him to go on a deadly mission, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only bite the bullet and do it. Even if he wanted to resign, he had to do it after that mission. Otherwise, he would be sent to prison for disobedience. The gold medal constable was the real high level in the 6-fan school. Every gold medal constable had many silver and bronze medals under his command. In He Bai's eyes, the bronze medal constable was an extremely powerful big shot. An ordinary county magistrate would not dare to be arrogant in front of them. If Ning Qi became a gold medal constable, wouldn't he have a powerful backer in the 6-fan school that others could not surpass? There's something you're wrong about. Ning Qi smiled. LV Heng was slightly stunned and then whispered, Young Master Ning, what do you mean? Although my cultivation was only at the top level before, now my genuine qi has changed from acquired to innate, and entered the top level. If I want to work in the 6-fan school, the position of gold medal constable is not enough for me. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. His genuine qi changed from acquired to innate? LV Heng was stunned, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He Bai was also shocked by this sentence. Top masters. There were only 8 top masters in the 16 provinces of the Divine Tang Empire. There was not even one top master in a province. Young Master Ning, you just said that you have reached the innate realm? Become a top master? LV Heng stuttered. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Lu Hing sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He did not doubt Ning Qi's words. After all, he had seen Ning Qi condense his true energy with his own eyes. What reason did such a strong person have to deceive a mere first-rated warrior like him? The ninth top master in the Divine Tang Empire, LV Heng's face suddenly showed a trace of excitement, and his body was trembling. If I can recruit a top master for the 6 fan school, the higher-ups will spend countless cultivation resources to help me reach the top level. Thinking of this, LV Heng's voice became a little trembling. Young Master Ning, if you are a top master, you are qualified to be a purple card constable in the 6 fan school. Wearing a purple Kirin robe, you are qualified to sit in the imperial court and stand shoulder to shoulder with the officials. Chapter 41-52. On par with the dukes? Ning Qi smiled. The status of the constables in the Divine Tang Empire was quite high. However, he also knew that martial arts were respected in the Divine Tang Empire. The status of a purple card constable must have something to do with his martial arts cultivation. There were only 8 peerless experts in the entire Divine Tang Empire, and the number of dukes and marquises far exceeded this number. If that's the case, I'll take up a position in your 6 fan school. Ning Qi smiled and said, Young Master Ning, this matter involves many people. I must go to the capital first to report this matter. When everything is settled, I'll personally go to Jiamin City and go to the capital with young Master Ning. LV Hing said with a solemn expression. Thank you, Brother LV. Ning Qi smiled. You're welcome. LV Hing waved his hand repeatedly. He didn't say anything when he left. He left the Z mansion with a face full of excitement. Young Master Ning, LV Hing looked at Ning Qi with an awkward smile. I said I'll teach you the martial arts inheritance. I won't go back on my word, but not now. Come back when LV Hing comes. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, I'll take my leave then. LV Hing hurriedly cupped his fist and saluted. The way he addressed Ning Qi had subconsciously treated him as a big shot in the 6 fan school. In the next few days, Riverine City seemed to be quite peaceful. Apart from the matter of Li Hu being imprisoned, which became a topic of conversation among ordinary people, even the deaths of Zhou Junkai and Jiang Posha of the Black Tiger Gang were gradually replaced by other topics of discussion. A few days later, the rich shopkeeper brought back another batch of spiritual materials. This time, because he had obtained the benefit of the energy and blood ointment, he had regarded this matter as his top priority. Even the other businesses were ordered by Ziyun to assist the rich shopkeeper. Even though some of the shopkeepers were reluctant, they felt that since they were not in the Z mansion, there was no need to be afraid of the kitchen knife in Ning Qi's hand. However, when the rich shopkeeper personally went to the Z mansion with Descended Tiger, these shopkeepers completely gave up resisting and began to fully cooperate with the rich shopkeeper. With such a group of martial artists, the Z mansion had become an extremely powerful martial arts family that could not be judged by common sense. No matter how many tricks the shopkeepers had, they were no match for the rich shopkeepers' fists and feet. Beijing. LV Hing hurried to the office of 6 fan school, which was an ordinary courtyard. Only the plaque outside had the words, 6 fan school, written on it, which made ordinary people feel awe when they passed by. Apart from that, the courtyard was not extravagant. Whether it was the level of prosperity or the geographical location, they were all mediocre. The 6 fan school of the Divine Tang Empire had the right to make arrests. Whether it was officials, dukes, marquises, or royalty, or the tyrants in the Jianghu, they were all within the scope of the 6 fan school's authority. Every day, in every province, in every big city, there were constables from the 6 fan school handling cases, and the small courtyard in front of LV Hing was the core of the 6 fan school. Countless information from all over the world gathered here every second. As long as one was able to sit in one of them and obtain a decent position, one would be able to learn about the major events of the world without even going out. Lord Liu. Has Lord Liu returned from official business? After L.V. Hing entered the small courtyard, he met quite a few bailiffs who were at least 10 years older than him. When these bailiffs saw L.V. Hing, the first thing they did was to respectfully salute him, and then they greeted him with a fawning smile. L.V. Hing was only in his early 20s this year, but his strength had already reached the first-class level, and he had become one of the few silver-plate constables in the 6th Fan School. Everyone knew that with L.V. Hing's background, he would definitely become a top-notch expert before the age of 30, and by then, he would be ranked among the many gold-plate constables. The position of a gold-plate constable was equivalent to a third-grade or fourth-grade official in the imperial court. They did not dare to think about becoming a purple-plate constable, nor did they think that L.V. Hing had such qualifications. However, the strength that L.V. Hing had displayed was enough to earn their respect. It was fearless. L.V. Hing's journey was unimpeded, and he finally arrived at a side courtyard. There were dozens of constables standing at the entrance of the side courtyard. These constables looked as travel-worn as L.V. Hing. Obviously, they also came from the major provinces of the Divine Tang Empire. Among them, the lowest position was a bronze plate, and the highest was a gold plate. After seeing L.V. Hing, they just smiled and nodded to each other, unlike the other constables who were so respectful to L.V. Hing. Because these constables, regardless of their positions, could come to this side courtyard and personally hand over the work with the legendary number 1 constable of the 6th Fan School. This proved that their status and potential could not be generalized. The gold-plate constable was older, looking like he was in his 60s or 70s. His clothes made his posture look straight, and his gray hair was neatly combed and meticulously. "Constable Liu, I have something very important to report. I wonder if I can cut the line?" L.V. Hing cupped his hands at the gold-plate constable. At this moment, a constable walked out of the side courtyard. Apparently, he had finished handing over the work. He cupped his hands at the crowd and left quickly. The atmosphere outside the courtyard became a little strange. Basically, no one would cut the line when they were lining up to see the number 1 constable. Only L.V. Hing, the youngest first-class expert in the 6th Fan School, suddenly wanted to cut Constable Liu's line. Was it really because he had something urgent to report? Was it not because he wanted to deliberately provoke Constable Liu to prove his identity and status? Constable Liu looked at L.V. Hing indifferently and said with a smile, "No matter how urgent your matter is, it can't be more urgent than mine." After saying that, he ignored L.V. Hing and walked straight into the side courtyard. Seeing this, L.V. Hing frowned slightly. He felt that there seemed to be a strong dissatisfaction in Constable Liu's words. "Constable L.V., is your matter really that urgent? If so, there's no harm in everyone giving up a seat." A constable who was also a silver-plate constable said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and finally nodded with a smile, agreeing to give up a seat for L.V. Hing. Next, as long as Constable Liu finished reporting his matter, L.V. Hing could enter the small courtyard that countless constables of the 6th Fan School respected like a god and dared not desecrate. In the courtyard. "Thank you very much." L.V. Hing nodded with a smile. After waiting for about an hour, L.V. Hing saw that Constable Liu did not come out after a long time. Coincidentally, he met a servant who was doing odd jobs in the side courtyard. L.V. Hing went up to him and asked, "Is Constable Liu still reporting?" Hearing this, the servant smiled and said, "Constable Liu is chatting with His Excellency." Chatting? Everyone's expression became strange. It was obvious that Constable Liu was unhappy with L.V. Hing's attitude just now, so he deliberately delayed the time. And with Constable Liu's identity and status, even if His Excellency Constable found out later, His Excellency Constable would not blame him. After all, there were only a few gold-plate constables in the huge 6th Fan School. Chapter 41-53. Go and inform him that I have an urgent matter to report. Lu Heng endured the anger in his heart and said to the servant. The servant was in a dilemma. On one side was the golden arrestor of a province, and on the other side was Lu Heng, who grew up in the headquarter of the 6 doors and had a good relationship with several superiors. He also had a peerless master as his master. Why? You don't want to? Lu Heng's face darkened slightly. I'll go and inform him now. The servant gritted his teeth and finally chose not to offend Lu Heng. After all, Arrestor Lu did not stay in the capital city every day, and Lu Heng was always working in the headquarter of the 6 doors. Who knew when he would be sent out to suppress a province? The servant turned and left. Not long after, he came to Arrestor Lu and another middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a delicate mustache. The middle-aged man was wearing a purple Qilin robe. The luxurious silk outlined his perfect figure, and one could feel a threatening aura from him from afar. Sir, Arrestor Lu said that he has something important to report. The servant came in front of the two and bowed to the middle-aged man in the purple Qilin robe. This middle-aged man was the number 1 super arrestor of the 6 doors, Gongsun Taiho. Gongsun Taiho, a citizen of the capital city of the divine Tang Empire, became famous at a young age. He was only in his early 40s this year, but he was already one of the 8 peerless masters. He took over the 6 doors from the previous generation's old master. His strength was faintly known as the number 1 among the 8 peerless masters. Most people thought that the other 7 old masters were no match for Gongsun Taiho. Perhaps Gongsun Taiho was the 3rd peak of martial arts in the divine Tang Empire. I heard that Arrestor Lu went out for a stroll this time. Did you encounter a big case? Arrestor Lu said with a faint smile. Gongsun Taiho glanced at him, smiled, and said to the servant, Let Lu Heng in. XDW8 Yes, sir. The servant nodded and left the courtyard. When he saw Lu Heng, he immediately said, Sir, let Arrestor Lu in to talk. Okay. Lu Heng nodded slightly and walked straight into the courtyard. The rest of the constables were curious after seeing this. They were eager to know what could have caused Lu Heng to be so anxious. In the courtyard, Gongsun Taiho and Constable Lu watched Lu Heng walk forward. Before Gongsun Taiho could speak, Constable Lu laughed and said, Constable Lu, so you really have an urgent matter. If I had known earlier, I would have let you in first. Oh! Gongsun Taiho looked at Arrestor Lu and smiled. What happened just now? Just now, Arrestor Lu said that there was something urgent, but I thought that nothing was more important than that big case, so I didn't let Arrestor Lu go first. Constable Lu smiled. LV Heng's eyes moved slightly. He could already feel that Constable Lu was digging a trap for him. If what he said wasn't as important as Constable Lu's big case, then in Gongsun Taiho's eyes, he wouldn't be steady enough. However, Lu Heng's eyes flashed with ridicule. No matter what case Constable Lu was working on, it was not as important as the news he was about to tell Marquis Gongsun Tai. My lord, I discovered a martial Dao prodigy during my trip to Riverine City. His aptitude is extremely high, and it's something I've never seen before. If we can recruit such an expert into our 6 fan school, our strength will definitely increase greatly. LV Heng cupped his fists and said. Constable Lu was stunned at first, and then the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. So it's a martial Dao prodigy that makes Arrestor Lu so anxious? How good is his aptitude that it can make Arrestor Lu so nervous? As far as I know, Arrestor Lu himself is the famous number 1 among the younger generation in 6 fan school. Gongsun Taiho frowned slightly, but when he saw the confidence in LV Heng's eyes, his eyes suddenly moved and he said, What's his background, and what's his martial Dao cultivation now? He's Ning Qi, a disciple of a side branch of Riverine City's Ning Mansion. LV Heng said. Side branch of Ning Mansion? Gongsun Taiho's face darkened slightly. Constable Lu also put away the smile on his face, and said with a hint of sarcasm, The Ning Mansion of Riverine City you mentioned, is it the Ning Mansion that was executed decades ago? Yes. LV Heng nodded slightly. At that time, the master of Ning Mansion offended Lord Chund. Later, Lord Chund found out that he had the intention of rebelling, so his whole family was executed. Although no side branch was involved at that time, but how can a person with such a background be qualified to join our six-fan school? Even if his aptitude is similar to yours, I'm afraid he's not qualified to join our six-fan school. Otherwise, we will definitely offend Lord Chund, who has a very good relationship with the one in Xiangwu Temple. Constable Lu sneered. Since Arrestor Lu mentioned this today, I think he has his own opinion. Gongsun Taiho smiled and said, That's right. LV Hung glanced at Constable Lu, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Although he is a disciple of the side branch of Ning Mansion, he is only 18 years old, and he has already condensed genuine qi, converted from acquired to innate, and become the 9th peerless expert of our Shun Tang Empire. If we don't recruit such a martial Dao prodigy into six-fan school, are we going to watch other forces snatch him away? 18 years old? Genuine qi converted from acquired to innate? How is this possible? Constable Lu suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at LV Heng in disbelief. Then he realized that he seemed to have lost his composure, so he slowly sat back down. Although Gongsun Taiho remained calm, it could be seen from his constantly trembling knuckles that his heart was in turmoil at this moment. An 18-year-old innate expert had never appeared in the history of the Shin Tang Empire. Is what you said true? Do you still remember the rule of six-fan school? Gongsun Taiho said in a low voice. Of course it's true. LV Heng said, How dare I lie to you about this? To tell you the truth, I accidentally fought with him, and was defeated by him in one move. Only then did I realize that there is such a martial Dao prodigy in this world. To defeat you in one move, he must at least be a peerless expert who has condensed genuine qi. Gongsun Taiho nodded slightly. As long as he was an 18-year-old peerless expert, it was absolutely worth it for six-fan school to win him over at any cost. That's only a peerless expert. It's so difficult to convert genuine qi from acquired to innate. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to become an innate expert at such a young age, right? Constable Lu's face was a little gloomy. Haha, Constable Lu, you haven't seen that person. Since he's already a peerless expert and admitted to me that his genuine qi converted from acquired to innate, I can guarantee with Xiang Shang's head that he won't lie to me. LV Hing said with a mocking smile. Indeed, there's no need to lie. Gongsun Taiho nodded slightly. Constable Lu's face suddenly turned black and red, as if he had been slapped by LV Hing a dozen times. It was burning hot. My lord, I have come here today to request a set of purple Qilin robes and a purple lightning token. LV Hing bowed slowly and said. Chapter 4154. Purple Qilin robe? Purple electric token? Arrestor Lu's expression changed slightly. The meaning of LV Heng's words was not simple. Lu Heng, has that young master Ning you mentioned already agreed to join our six-fan school? Gongsun Taiho said solemnly. Your Excellency, Mr. Ning has indeed agreed. But with his strength, the position of gold card arrestor is certainly not worthy of him. When LV Heng said this, he glanced at Constable Lu. Constable Lu's face was a little pale. If what LV Heng said was true and he had entered the six-fan school, then his position would be second only to Gongsun Taiho and the other purple card constables. LV Heng had such a backer, and he had offended LV Heng today. It was inevitable that he would be punished in the future. Thinking of this, Arrestor Lu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would not have quarreled with LV Heng. He should have let LV Heng meet Gongsun Taiho first. He wants the position of purple card arrestor? Gongsun Taiho said. Yes, Mr. Ning wants to be a purple card arrester in 6 Fan School. If Your Excellency agrees, I will bring all the necessary things to Jiangyin City and meet His Majesty. LV Heng nodded. Such a young peerless master. Gongsun Taiho pondered. Your Excellency, no matter what, he is a branch of the Ning Mansion. If we let him join our 6 Fan School, I'm afraid that Lord Chund will be dissatisfied. The one behind him is the one from the Xiangwu Temple. Arrester Lu suddenly said. LV Heng's eyes flashed with anger and he glared at him. Arrester Lu did not look at him, but just looked at Gongsun Taiho, feeling a little nervous. The one from Xiangwu Temple and our nation master are both in 6 Fan School. Even if Lord Chund is dissatisfied, there is nothing he can do. Gongsun Taiho had already made a decision. He looked at LV Heng and said, The thing you want will be sent to you soon. At that time, you must personally bring that person to the capital. Before meeting His Majesty, I want to see him. Yes, Your Excellency. LV Heng cupped his fist and said excitedly. It was done. From now on, he would have another peerless master as his backer in the 6 Fan School. With his contribution this time, it wouldn't be long before the 6 Fan School would give him a lot of cultivation resources that could help him advance to the top level. It was really a win-win situation. At this time, he suddenly didn't hate Li Hu so much. If it weren't for Li Hu, he wouldn't have been able to make friends with Ning Qi, let alone get a position in 6 Fan School. He had missed a great opportunity. Arrester Lu sighed in his heart. After LV Heng left, he walked out of the headquarters of 6 Fan School. He had originally planned to return to his own province, but after thinking about it, he came to another place. Prince Chund Mansion. After knowing Constable Lu's identity, the people in the mansion didn't dare to make things difficult for him. They immediately informed Prince Chund. Then, someone led Constable Lu to a study room and met Prince Chund, who was extremely powerful in the Divine Tang Empire. Constable Lu, what's the matter for you to come to see me today? Prince Chund said with a smile. He was only in his 40s and had a scholarly air about him. However, Arrester Lu knew that the Chund prince in front of him not only had an extremely profound martial arts cultivation, but the power in his hands was also one of the best in the Divine Tang Empire. Constable Lu didn't dare to neglect him because of his identity as a top master. He cupped his fist and said, Prince, I came here today to inform you of an important matter. Tell me about it. Prince Chund smiled curiously. After a while, Constable Lu finished what he wanted to say and waited for Prince Chund's reply. However, Prince Chund remained calm. After a few breaths, he suddenly smiled and said, You said that the Ning family has a martial arts genius who is already a peerless master at such a young age? Yes, Prince. I know what happened in Ning Mansion, so I came to inform you as soon as I heard the news. Constable Lu whispered. Why did you inform me? Since he wants to join 6 Fan School, he is the pillar of our Divine Tang Empire. They were not involved in the incident in Ning Mansion, which means that they did not participate in the rebellion. Do you think I will be unhappy because of this? Prince Chund smiled. Constable Lu was slightly startled and forced a smile on his face. I dare not think so, but I am also very curious as to whether or not he is a peerless expert at such a young age. How about this? I'll have Grandmaster Wu Shi accompany you on this trip and help me take a look at this kid's background. After all, 6 Fan School is the national treasure of our Divine Tang Empire. If it is played by others, it will not be good for 6 Fan School's reputation. Prince Chund changed the topic and said lightly. As soon as Constable Lu heard the name of Master Wu Shi, his eyes lit up. This was the head of the martial monks in Xiangwu Temple, one of the 8 peerless masters of the Divine Tang Empire. His strength was not weak. Since Prince Chund would let Master Wu Shi go, it meant that there must be a deeper meaning in his heart. Constable Lu did not speculate too much. He knew that if Prince Chund had other instructions, he would definitely inform Master Wu Shi. He only needed to take him to Jiangyin City. While LV Heng took his things and rushed to Jiangyin City without stopping, Constable Liu also set out on the road to Jiangyin City with a respectful look on his face. Jiangyin City. City Governor's Mansion. Today there were a few unusual distinguished guests in the City Governor's Mansion. Even the servants could feel the City Governor's respect for these distinguished guests. Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi were chatting with the City Governor with a smile. During the conversation, the City Governor was very respectful to these two top experts. Although the people of Jianghu were not very presentable in the eyes of the government, it still depended on the other party's strength. For example, there were not many top experts who had condensed their true energy in the entire Divine Tang Empire. Moreover, they could appear and disappear unpredictably. Their ability to take the enemy's head from an army of 10,000 was enough to make most people revere them and not dare to slight them. As for Chen Xiaoran, who was sitting aside, the city governor did not take him seriously. A first-rated warrior only had brute force. As long as hundreds of soldiers surrounded him, they might be able to kill him. May I know why the two of you have come together from afar? After chatting for a while, the city governor of Jiangyin City went straight to the point. Dongfang Lingtian smiled. It's not a big deal. I suddenly learned that the Purple Mansion of Jiangyin City is a martial arts family. Out of curiosity, I came with Brother Qiu to have a look. I wonder how much do you know about the Purple Mansion, City Governor Zhou? The Purple Mansion is a martial arts family? City Governor Zhou's expression changed. He suddenly remembered the incident of the Black Tiger Gang some time ago. Li Hu was put in prison because of this incident. Now that Dongfang Lingtian and the others came to ask about it, could it be that what Li Hu had told him was true? Chapter 4155. City Lord Zhou? Qiu Yuanqi reminded City Lord Zhou with a smile when he saw City Lord Zhou in deep thought. Oh! City Lord Zhou came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. He said to the others, "Gentlemen, I don't know much about the Z Mansion. I only know that it's a merchant family that has been doing business for generations. The Z Mansion should be a branch of the Z clan in the capital city. Some time ago, many people from the Z Mansion had died, and all of them died a violent death. It was said that the young lady of the Z Mansion, Z Yun, was the bane of her life. She had caused the death of her close relatives, and even her husbands had died a violent death. However, there was a young master from the Ning clan who married into the Z Mansion, but there was no news of his death. There were more rumors that the young master was refining pills in an attempt to become an immortal." City Lord Zhou finished speaking in one breath. He paused for a moment and said his guess. Not long ago, there was a Black Tiger Gang that had dozens of people killed. Their deaths were extremely tragic. My constable, Li Hu, suspected that it was young Master Ning who did it. However, not long after, Li Hu was sent to prison by the higher-ups of the Six Doors. Refining pills in the furnace? Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They were right. Chen Xiaoran said that the Z Mansion had a qi and blood ointment that could turn someone into a martial arts expert overnight. It matched the rumors, so the Z Mansion really did have such an item. Apart from that, they also deduced that the Z Mansion should be an ordinary merchant family, and the source of martial arts must be the young master. Otherwise, why would the young master be safe and sound when everyone else was killed by the young master? City Lord Zhou, how much do you know about the young master from the Ning clan? Dongfang Lingtian smiled and said, "It's him." City Lord Zhou gasped. He was sure that the two top-notch experts had come for Ning Qi. In that case, what Li Hu had told him before was not groundless. Actually, this young Master Ning can be considered a disciple of the Ning Mansion. Oh, the Ning clan that was once executed for the crime of treason. City Lord Zhou said slowly. He seemed to be reluctant to talk about the Ning clan. So it's the Ning family. Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi looked at each other. Even Chen Xiaoran, who was at the side, was slightly shocked. Even the people in the pugilistic world had heard of the Ning clan. After all, the Ning clan's rebellion was one of the major cases that had occurred in the imperial court for so many years. When the whole family was executed, hundreds of heads rolled on the ground. Among them were 3 grand scholars, the governors of various cities, and a few provincial governors. The head of the Ning family was still a powerful figure in the imperial court at that time, with the exception of the emperor. His words were second to none. The green-robed prime minister. Although the Ning family was not a martial arts family, the strength of the Ning family was so strong that even the top martial arts families did not dare to provoke them. Could it be that some warriors who entered the Ning family at that time had passed down some martial arts inheritance, so only the children of the Ning mansion's side branches can practice martial arts? Faces kept flashing through their minds. At that time, the Ning family was so powerful that even the top experts had worshipped under them. In their hearts, they felt that perhaps it was these top experts who had passed down their martial arts inheritance. However, Ningqi was too young. It was unheard of in the pugilistic world for him to cultivate to such a high level at such a young age. Did the two of you come to my riverine city specifically for the Z mansion? City Lord Zhou asked tentatively. Dongfang Lingtian smiled and shook his head. Not for the Z mansion, but for the son-in-law of the Z mansion. There's no time to lose. Let's pay a visit today. Qiu Yuanqi said. City Lord Zhou, I wonder if you're willing to accompany us to see the background of the Z mansion? Dongfang Lingtian smiled. Since I have nothing to do, I'll accompany the two of you. City Lord Zhou nodded. In his heart, he also wanted to see what kind of person the son-in-law of the Z mansion was. Chen Xiaoran was a little excited. Previously, Ning Qi had attacked the Chen clan, but now 2 top experts had come to visit the Z mansion. He believed that even if the opponent was a top expert, he would not dare to be arrogant. Z mansion. What sword technique is the son-in-law practicing? Why is it so slow? Can it stab someone to death? Ru Yun and Xiao Lan stood at the corner of the courtyard and looked at Ning Qi curiously. Ning Qi was holding an ordinary long sword in his hand, dancing at an extremely slow speed. After an hour, Ning Qi finally stopped. White smoke was rising from the top of his head like a steamed bun that had just been taken out of a steamer. I'm not sure if this is reality or illusion. Even the emotion-extinguishing sword art has been taken away from me. Ning Qi looked at the sword in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. However, the only consolation was that this place could take away his cultivation, but not his state of mind. The emotion-extinguishing sword art was based on the state of mind, regardless of cultivation. I wonder if this sword can kill those 2 from the other day. Ning Qi smiled. Son-in-law, what sword technique did you just practice? Ru Yun asked curiously when she saw that Ning Qi had finished his sword dance. No matter what, she was still a second-rate warrior, but she couldn't see through the skill of Ning Qi's sword. It's just the most ordinary sword technique. It's nothing special. Ning Qi smiled. Son-in-law, young lady wants you to go to the guest hall. She said that the city lord is here with a few old men. They don't look friendly. A servant whispered in Xiao Lan's ear. Then, Xiao Lan walked to Ning Qi and whispered, Old men? I'm afraid that Chen Xiaoran invited a backer. Ning Qi smiled. Let's go and have a look. The guest hall of the Z mansion. When Ziyun heard that City Lord Zhou had come to visit personally, she treated him with the highest standard. Many servants of the Z mansion stood in the corner of the guest hall. As soon as the tea in front of City Lord Zhou was a little bit cold, someone would immediately come forward to refill it. City Lord Zhou, may I know who these people are? Ziyun sat on the main seat. Her skin was translucent and fair with a tinge of pink. She looked dignified. She glanced at Dongfang Lingtian and the others and opened her red lips. The origins of these two seniors are not simple. City Lord Zhou smiled and pointed at Dongfang Lingtian. This is Dongfang Lingtian, the family leader of the Dongfang clan, a leading figure in the martial Dao. He then looked at Qiu Yuanqi. This is the sect leader of the Zheng Yi sword sect, Senior Qiu Yuanqi. He is also a leading figure in the martial Dao. Leading figure in the martial Dao? So he was a top-notch expert? Ziyun's eyes moved slightly. Although she was a little surprised, she did not show it on her face. She smiled. What a rare guest. May I know why the two of you are here? The reason I came here today is to be Brother Chen's lobbyist. Dongfang Lingtian smiled. The Brother Chen he mentioned was naturally Chen Xiaoran, who was standing behind them. Ziyun glanced at Chen Xiaoran. Don't tell me it's the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Xiaoran, who has a black conscience and wants to hide the spirit medicine of my purple mansion? Chen Xiaoran's face instantly became extremely livid when he heard this. Chapter 4156. 69 Chinese Language Network Wonderful Pop-up Window Free Reading. At first, Boss Chen thought that shopkeeper Fu and Tiger down the mountain were swindlers who wanted to cheat the Chen family of their money. After all, shopkeeper Fu had boasted about the blood qi ointment. Anyone with some common sense in martial Dao would be able to tell the truth. At that time, the Chen family did not have any other thoughts about the blood qi ointment. However, they later realized that shopkeeper Fu did not lie. The blood qi ointment did have such a miraculous effect, so Boss Chen decided to keep the blood qi ointment for himself. It was fine to talk about it in private, but now that Ziyun mentioned it and said that the Chen family was going to keep the blood qi ointment, Chen Xiaoran's expression could not be any better. He was afraid that Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi would think badly of him because of this, so he immediately defended himself. Miss Ziyun, this matter was just a misunderstanding. My son had eyes but failed to recognize a pearl. He misunderstood that the rich shopkeeper of your mansion was a Jianghu swindler. Later, the misunderstanding was resolved. Our Chen family also intends to compensate. City Lord Zhou was confused. What spiritual ointment? He did not know what happened between Chen Xiaoran and the Z mansion. Misunderstanding? When my husband personally came to visit, how did your Chen family manage to avoid him? You already knew about the blood qi ointment's effects but pretended not to know. You call that a misunderstanding? Ziyun sneered and looked at Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi. I've heard of both of your names. Are you here to make a fair judgment? The Chen family has gone too far. Our Z mansion is weak and easily bullied. You can't blame us for this. Instead, the Chen family should give us an explanation. My husband showed mercy and asked them to pay for the blood qi ointment within a month. That's not too much, is it? Initially, you only wanted to sell it for 1 million taels of blood qi ointment, but now you want 5 million taels of blood qi ointment? Your husband even broke my eldest son's heart meridian. If it wasn't for Brother Lingtian, he would have died. Isn't this too much? Isn't this too much? Chen Xiaoran said with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, he glanced to his left and right. He was slightly perturbed when he didn't see Ning Qi's figure. However, when he thought about how Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi were here as well, the perturbed feeling vanished without a trace. With these two here, he believed that he would be able to resolve the Chen family's matter today. He might even be able to obtain some benefit. Thinking about the effects of the blood qi ointment, Chen Xiaoran felt some regret. If he hadn't had the first misunderstanding, perhaps the Chen family could have used this blood qi ointment to nurture a few more geniuses. Unfortunately, now that Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi knew about it, even if they could obtain the blood qi ointment in the future, the Chen clan would only be able to get a small share. 1 million taels of vitality ointment? What is this? Could it be that the rumor that the son-in-law of the Ning mansion was preparing to cultivate to become an immortal was this qi and blood ointment? As a martial arts family, the Chun family was actually willing to pay such a high price for it. City Lord Zhou's eyes flickered. He found that he had learned a lot of information that he had no way of knowing before. He immediately began to calculate in his heart. Dongfang Ling Tian and Qiu Yuanqi looked at each other. They didn't care about the misunderstanding between the two. They only cared about the existence of the blood qi ointment. From their conversation, it was obvious that Chen Xiaoran wasn't lying. There really was a miraculous item in this world that could allow someone to become a second-rate cultivator. The two of them had been top-notch cultivators for many years. Their knowledge was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even they had never seen such a miraculous item before. The curiosity in their hearts was several times greater than City Lord Zhou's. Lady Ziyun, in the end, this misunderstanding was caused by the blood qi ointment. I wonder if your mansion has any more of it? Can you let us have a look? If it's really worth 5 million taels of silver, we won't force you to lower the price. We'll sell it to the Chen family. Dongfang Ling Tian smiled. Chen Xiaoran was slightly startled. A hint of anxiety flashed across his eyes. However, when he saw Dongfang Ling Tian's gaze, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really sorry. The blood qi ointment has been used up. If you two seniors want to have a look, you'll have to wait for my husband to refine another batch of blood qi ointment. It might take some time. Ziyun said calmly. The blood qi ointment was refined by the son-in-law of the Z mansion? This was out of everyone's expectations. However, Dongfang Ling Tian and the others suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. If the blood qi ointment was refined by Ning Qi, it meant that there was no powerful person behind him. Perhaps he had obtained such a miraculous prescription from somewhere and used the blood qi ointment to reach such a high level at such a young age. With this thought in mind, Qiu Yuanqi said calmly, there are thousands of spiritual medicines in the world. There are also countless spiritual medicines that are beneficial to the cultivation of martial Tao. However, I've never seen a spiritual medicine that costs 5 million taels of silver. I can see that the Z mansion is still angry at you for using such a price to force the Qin family. Why don't I and brother Ling Tian be the witnesses to resolve the grudge between you and the Qin family? The Qin family will pay 1 million taels of silver for one blood qi ointment. Why? 5 million taels of silver. Not a cent less. Ziyun smiled. Old Senior Qiu, this is a matter between the Z mansion and the Qin family. Old Senior, please don't get involved. Qiu Yuanqi was not angry. Instead, he smiled. If I really want to get involved, I wonder if the Z mansion is going to use the same method to force the Qin family to force my righteous sword sect? My husband will make the decision on this matter. I can't answer your question, old senior. Ziyun's expression did not change. She could hear the threat in Qiu Yuanqi's words, but so what? Ning Qi had clearly told her that from now on, even an innate stage powerhouse would not be able to leave the Z mansion alive, let alone a top expert. She was confident. She was confident. Unfortunately, Qiu Yuanqi and Dongfang Ling Tian did not know this. They only thought that Ning Qi was a top expert who had condensed his true energy. They never thought that Ning Qi would be the 9th innate stage powerhouse in the Divine Tang Empire. Then let your husband come out and talk. We've been here for quite some time. Why hasn't your husband shown up yet? Qiu Yuanqi said coldly. The atmosphere immediately became a little strange. Seeing this, Dongfang Lingtian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure walk into the guest hall. Ziyun, leave the rest to me. Ning Qi walked into the parlor and smiled at Ziyun. Upon seeing this, Ziyun wore a smile on his face and nodded without saying another word. Dongfang Ling Tian and the others looked at Ning Qi with surprise in their eyes. He was too young. Was he really a top expert at such a young age? Chen Xiaoran's heart skipped a beat when he saw Ning Qi. Fortunately, Dongfang Ling Tian and Zi Yun were beside him, so he did not show any fear. Ning Qi walked slowly to Qiu Yuanqi and said, "I'm here now. What do you want to tell me?" "Your young master Ning from the Zi Mansion?" Qiu Yuanqi stroked his beard and smiled. "I want to ask if the blood and qi ointment is really worth 5 million silver taels?" Ning Qi smiled and suddenly raised his hand to slap Qiu Yuanqi. Qiu Yuanqi did not have time to react. He did not even have time to circulate the true energy in his body. His head was smashed into his chest by Ning Qi. The headless body still stood in front of everyone. Chapter 4157. 69 Chinese Language Network Wonderful Pop-up Window Free Reading. The atmosphere in the reception room seemed to freeze in an instant. Except for Ning Qi and Zi Yun, the expressions of everyone else changed from astonishment to shock, to disbelief, to panic, and all of them had different expressions. Qiu Yuanqi from the Righteous Sword Sect is dead just like that? Chen Xiaoran's legs trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were wide open as he could not believe what he had just seen. Qiu Yuanqi was a top-notch expert. There were only a few top-notch experts in the entire province. How could he have his head smashed into his chest with just one move? Only an innate expert could kill a top-notch expert with just one move. So there's an innate expert behind the Zi Mansion, and it's not just anyone. Chen Xiaoran's lips trembled slightly and his eyes were filled with fear. He should not have gone to the Dongfang family this time. If he had taken out 10 million yuan to settle the grudge between the Chen family and the Zi Mansion, the Chen family would at most be severely injured and would have to recuperate for more than 10 years. But now, whether or not the Chen family could still exist was already an unknown. Rumors are harmful. Rumors are harmful. City Governor Zhou was shocked and angry. Recently, everyone had been saying that the new son-in-law of the Zi Mansion was a fool who fantasized about refining elixirs and cultivating to become an immortal. It was all a rumor. The new son-in-law of the Zi Mansion was obviously a top-notch expert. A top-notch expert who had converted his true qi from acquired to innate stage. In the past, there were only 8 of them in the entire Divine Tang Empire. There should be 9 of them now. City Lord Zhou's heart was filled with excitement. The 9th peerless beast had appeared in River Yin City. According to the previous rules, River Yin City would be promoted to a provincial city. In the future, River Yin City would be the ruler of the entire province. I don't really want to answer the question that he wanted to ask me. After all, I've talked about it with Chen Xiaoran before. Ning Qi walked slowly to Dongfang Lingtian. Do you have any other questions? No, no questions. Dongfang Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head frantically. How would he dare to ask any questions? He just did not want to answer and smashed Qiu Yuanqi's head into his chest. That was too cruel. No questions? That's not right. Didn't you come to my Zi Mansion today for the Chen family? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Chen Xiaoran and Dongfang Lingtian. His gaze gave the two of them the feeling of a huge mountain, bringing with it a heavy pressure. Chen Xiaoran was the first to be unable to support himself, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Young Master Ning, please don't misunderstand. I came here today to ask young Master Ning if you can extend the 10 million taels for half a month. Chen Xiaoran was startled as soon as he said this. Then, cold sweat broke out all over his body. It seemed that this was also a problem for him. If the other party was unwilling to answer, wouldn't that mean, "Why don't you tell me why he brought you here today? I want to hear the truth." Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a few breaths of silence, Dongfang Lingtian recounted everything in detail. Chen Xiaoran's face became more and more ashen. City Lord Zhou was a little annoyed. The other party didn't explain things clearly from the start. It was obvious that they wanted to use him as a stone to test the waters. So, you think that the Dongfang clan can be your backer and use the blood chi ointment to attract their attention so that they can get rid of my Z mansion. Not only will your Chun clan be able to take revenge, but you won't have to pay the 10 million taels of silver. If you're lucky, you might even get some of the blood chi ointment from the Dongfang clan and the righteous sword sect. But my Z mansion will be destroyed because of this, right? Ning Qi looked at Chen Xiaoran and smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare, it's really just a misunderstanding, Chen Xiaoran mumbled to himself. No matter what Ning Qi said, he would only repeat this sentence. Young master, Constable Lu is here. This time, he brought a lot of people with him, and they're waiting for you outside the mansion. Ru Yun walked to the entrance of the guest hall and looked at Qiu Yuanqi's corpse. He could not help but stick out his tongue and said to Su Han, Constable Lu? Is it 6 doors Shangguan Lu Heng? City Lord Zhou subconsciously asked. Then, he quickly looked at Ning Qi as if he recalled something. It's Constable Lu Heng. Ru Yun answered. 6 doors Shangguan? We're saved today. Dongfang Lingtian's expression changed slightly. No matter who it was, as long as it was a 6 doors Shangguan, even an innate realm expert would not dare to openly kill an innocent person in front of such a person. Yes, he was innocent. Although his purpose of coming here today could not be revealed, he was innocent since he had not done anything yet. Qiu Yuanqi was already dead, and his death was not worth it. He, Dongfang Lingtian, could not die so easily in Riverine City. Go, let them in. Su Han nodded with a smile. Yes, young master. Ru Yun turned around and ran. Ning Qi looked at Chen Xiaoran and said, I'll deal with your matter later. Kneel at the side and wait for the time being. Kneel at the side? Chen Xiaoran was stunned. Brother Chen, you can kneel there for the time being. Dongfang Lingtian gave him a look and pointed to the corner of the guest hall. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoran could only swallow the humiliation in his heart and slowly walked to the corner and knelt down. At the same time, Lu Heng also stepped into the guest hall with an ecstatic face. He did not even look at Dongfang Lingtian, Chen Xiaoran, and the others, and directly kneeled in front of Su Han. This lowly official Lu Heng greets the commander. Greetings, Lord Commander. There were more than 10 constables behind Lu Heng. Each of them was strong, and their aura was very powerful. They were at least second-rate experts, the same level as Niu Dezhuang. After Lu Heng knelt down, they also knelt down in unison with a hint of killing intent. When Chen Xiaoran and Dongfang Lingtian saw this, their hearts instantly sank. City Governor Zhou was stunned, and then he took a deep breath in his heart. He had some understanding of the official positions in the 6 doors. There were only a few people in the 6 doors, and every one of them was a peerless expert of the innate stage. Yes, he's a peerless expert. It seems like Lu Heng already knew about this last time. No wonder Li Hu was put in prison, no wonder. After City Governor Zhou figured this out, he looked at Lu Heng with a hidden bitterness. He was annoyed that Lu Heng did not tell him about this earlier. He could have gone to Ning Qi La's place to build a relationship. Get up. Ning Qi smiled. When Lu Heng saw this, he immediately raised the items in his hand above his head. This is the Lord Commander's Violet Qilin robe and Violet Bolt command token. Ru Yun, Xiaolan, help young master change. Ziyun spoke slowly when he saw this. Yes. The 2 women were very agile, and the others did not dare to look at Ning Qi when he changed his clothes. In just a short time of 10 breaths, Ning Qi had changed into a brand new Violet Qilin robe. When LV Heng and the constables behind him saw this, their eyes couldn't help but be filled with excitement. In this way, they would truly have a powerful backer in the 6 doors. However, Dongfang Lingtian and Chen Xiaoran's feelings were completely different. Both of them had never imagined that Ning Qi was actually the 6 doors commander. They were probably in trouble this time. Chapter 41-58. Lord Commander, these clothes really suit you. LV Heng looked at Ning Chi, who was wearing a Kirin robe, and could not help but smile happily as if he had become the commander. Is that so? Ning Chi smiled. The robe and the power it represented might seem very important to outsiders, but to him it was not important. Becoming the commander of 6 doors was just a reason for him to contact the imperial advisor or the Xianwu Temple's abbot without leaving a trace. He wanted to see if he was the only one trapped in this place, or if the ultimate gods and divine kings who were trapped in this place were also here. Chen Xiaoran's body trembled more and more violently. He had never thought that Ning Chi would be a peerless expert and at the same time become one of the few commanders in 6 doors. Ziyun looked at Ning Chi's high-spirited appearance, and the expression in his eyes gradually became slightly complicated. In a short period of time, the Z Mansion had gone from being in a sorry state to having a peerless expert holding down the fort. This change was simply too great. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Senior Dongfang? Why are you here today? LV Heng suddenly exclaimed and looked at Dongfang Lingtian with some surprise. They were all top-notch experts, and every single one of them had a name in the 6 doors. Therefore, he recognized Dongfang Lingtian the moment he saw him. Dongfang Lingtian smiled a little awkwardly. Today, I was asked by an old friend to come to Purple Mansion to talk about love? LV Heng's expression suddenly became strange and his eyes subconsciously sharpened. He looked at Chen Xiaoran, who was kneeling on the side, and suddenly had some understanding. After a few words of inquiry, he immediately understood the whole story. LV Heng's face suddenly hung a trace of a sneer and looked at Chen Xiaoran. Patriarch Chen, you're considered an old senior in Jianghu. Why don't you know the rules at all? LV Heng said faintly. Constable Liu, this is truly a misunderstanding. It was my son's fault for causing this misunderstanding. I hope Constable Liu can forgive my Qin family this time on account of the fact that we haven't committed a grave mistake. Chen Xiaoran begged in a low voice. You haven't made a big mistake? Right now, sect leader Qiu Yuanqi of the Righteous Sword sect died in the Z Palace because of you. Is this what you mean by not causing a big mistake? I think that sect master Qiu must have been deceived by you, and that's why he dared to come to Z Mansion and make things difficult for my Lord Commander. Although he deserved to die, you can't escape punishment either. Lu Heng sneered. Dongfang Lingtian's expression became more and more strange. After being lectured by LV Heng with a few words, Qiu Yuanqi had instead become someone who deserved to die. But the heavens were his witnesses. Qiu Yuanqi had only asked a single question earlier, yet he was slapped to death by LV Heng's palm. Could this be considered as someone who deserved to die? Chen Xiaoran's face became incomparably pale. He'd seen with his own eyes the miserable ends of those Jianghu experts that offended the 6 doors. When he thought that the Chen clan might follow in their footsteps, Chen Xiaoran's body couldn't help but tremble madly. My lord, I think we should first take Chen Xiaoran down and put him in prison. My lord can finish interrogating this case, then follow me to the capital to see the emperor. Lu Heng cupped his fist and said to Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled. He was just about to speak when he saw a servant with a shocked expression walk to the door of the reception room. The servant said to Zi Yun and Ning Chi, Young master and young miss, someone has forced his way into our Z Mansion. Young master Ning Heng and young miss Ning Jun have been injured by them. How are Ning Heng and Ning Jun's injuries? Zi Yun's face revealed a trace of nervousness, and he immediately shouted. Young master Ning Heng and young miss Ning Jun only suffered some minor injuries. The servant of the Z Mansion hurriedly said. Zi Yun instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. There are still people who dare trespass here. Lord Commander, leave this matter to me. A cold light flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. He lightly waved his hand, and then he led the 12+ strong constables to rush out of the reception room. Let's go and have a look, Ning Chi said lightly. Constable Lu? When Lu Heng and his men saw the people who had forced their way into the Z mansion, a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. When they saw the old monk behind Constable Lu, their faces became even more shocked. Master Wu Shi, one of the 8 great experts of the divine Tang Empire, and also the leader of the martial monks in the Xiangu Temple. Taking a step back, he was also the leader of all the martial monks in the world. Constable Lu, why don't you greet Master Wu Shi when you see him? Constable Lu's mouth curled into a cold smile. Lu Heng had just arrived at Jiangyin City when he and Master Wu Shi had also arrived, and they had seen Lu Heng walk into the Z mansion with their own eyes. However, Constable Lu didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he inquired about Zi Fu's whereabouts in the vicinity. He learned that Ning Chi had fallen from the foot of the mountain some time ago and had been bedridden for several months. Constable Lu immediately understood what was going on. Even if the other party was not a swindler, his cultivation base was definitely not as exaggerated as Lu Heng said. I am Lu Heng, greet Master Wu Shi. Lu Heng hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward and bowed. When the group of constables behind him saw this, they immediately followed Lu Heng and bowed. Regardless of whether the other party had come with ill intentions, the title of the leader of the martial monks in the Xiangu Temple was enough to make them respect him. The scene of Lu Heng bowing was coincidentally seen by Ning Chi and the others who had followed him out. Dongfang Lingtian's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of surprise, then he directly passed Ning Chi and the others, quickly walked in front of Master Wu Shi, and bowed deeply. Dongfang Lingtian greets Master Wu Shi. Benefactor Lingtian, you are here too? Master Wu Shi glanced at Lu Heng and the others, but he smiled at Dongfang Lingtian. Lu Heng's expression changed slightly. From Master Wu Shi's attitude, he was afraid that the other party had come to the Z mansion with ill intentions. He was called here by Prince Chund. Constable Lu is really a traitor. In an instant, Lv Heng understood everything. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Constable Lu. Not to be outdone, Constable Lu also looked back at Lv Heng with a sharp gaze. Master Wu Shi, it's a long story today, but today, sect leader Qiu Yuanqi, died here today. Dongfang Lingtian's face revealed a bitter smile. Benefactor Qiu died here? Master Wu Shi's expression changed slightly. How did Benefactor Qiu die? He was slapped to death by a palm. Dongfang Lingtian said in a low voice. Hiss, Constable Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that Lu Heng really was not lying. The other party was really a peerless expert. Otherwise, how could he have slapped someone like Qiu Yuanqi to death? Ba, who did Benefactor Qiu offend? As a peerless expert, a leading figure in martial arts, even if he was disrespectful, he did not deserve to die. Master Wu Shi put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. When Dongfang Lingtian heard this, he looked behind him with a strange expression. That was where Ning Chi and the others were. Then, he said a few words in a low voice. Master Wu Shi's expression changed slightly, and his gaze fell on Ning Chi's body like lightning. Are you Benefactor Ning Chi, the son-in-law of the Z residents? Master Wu Shi asked slowly. Ning Chi did not look at him, but waved at 2 figures in the distance. When Ning Heng and Ning Jun saw this, they immediately ran in front of Ning Chi. You've suffered some light injuries, it's not a big deal. Next time you don't know the depth of the other party's strength, do not act on your own, understand? Ning Chi smiled at the 2. Big brother, we understand. The 2 were a little dejected. It was really a bad start. The first time they fought, they were defeated in a single move. It's good that you know. Who did this to you? Ning Chi smiled. When the 2 heard this, they pointed at Constable Lu. Chapter 4159. Ning Qi smiled and his eyes fell on Arrestor Lu. At first, Arrestor Lu was still afraid. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him, he subconsciously looked away. But he immediately reacted and looked directly at Ning Qi. There was even a hint of provocation in his eyes. Master Wu Shi, the top martial monk in the world, was beside him. He did not need to be afraid of the other side. So what if the other side was a peerless master? Once he left the Ning mansion, it was destined that he would not be able to reach the capital. As for Prince Chun's idea, Arrestor Lu felt that he had figured it out during this period of time. Master Wu Shi was sent by Prince Chun to eliminate the root of the problem. You don't look young. Why are you fighting with the younger generation? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Constable Lu smiled. They're already second-rate experts at such a young age. I've never seen such talented juniors. Besides, these two little fellows offended Great Master Wu Shi. I'm already being merciful by not killing them. Ning Heng and Ning Jun were furious when they heard this. What an overbearing guy. It was clear that they broke into the Z mansion, but now he accused them of offending the old monk? Master Wu Shi, one of the 8 peerless masters in the world. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I didn't expect to see you in the Z mansion today. Ning Qi smiled. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. But what makes me feel strange is that, as a great master, how can he force his way into someone else's mansion without asking for their identity? This doesn't make any sense at all. What a joke. Master Wu Shi can go anywhere in the world. What's more, we have already spoken to the servant outside and reported our identities. Arrestor Lu sneered. Arrestor Lu, how can you say that? You don't kneel down in front of the commander. That's disrespectful. It's a taboo in our 6-fan school to be disrespectful. Lu Hing suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Arrestor Lu was slightly startled. He just noticed that Ning Qi had put on the purple Qilin robe. But what commander? Has he gone to the capital to meet the emperor? Every commander of the 6-fan school needs to meet the emperor before he can take up his post. Since he has not met the emperor, he is not the commander of our 6-fan school. Lu Heng, you are so young. Don't you understand this? Or do you think you are qualified to appoint him as the commander on behalf of the emperor? Arrestor Lu sneered. Lu Heng was stunned for a moment, and his face turned ugly. Amit Ba. Master Wu Shi chanted, then his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Benefactor Ning, do you not intend to give us an explanation for Benefactor Qiu's death? Far away in the guest hall, Chen Xiaoran had quietly gotten up and stood at the door, looking over. He had seen everything from start to finish and knew Grandmaster Wu Shi's status. Now that he saw Grandmaster Wu Shi standing up for Qiu Yuanqi, Chen Xiaoran's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dongfang Lingtian's expression changed unknowingly. When he looked at Ning Qi again, his gaze was no longer as terrified as before. Instead, it carried a warm smile. Master Wu Shi. Ziyun pondered. Ziyun pondered for a while, and then her expression suddenly changed. She had been to the capital city before, and she finally remembered what the 2 words Wu Shi meant. The head monk of the Xiangu Temple, second only to the abbot. He is also the head monk of all the temples in the world. This, Ziyun's expression turned solemn. His status was no less than that of a great general who possessed a peerless cultivation base and commanded 100,000 troops. Even the Z family of the capital would want to curry favor with such an expert. Why did he come uninvited today? And he did not seem to have good intentions. Could it be the Z family? Thinking of this, Ziyun's expression changed again. Only by seeing Ning Qi's presence could she feel a little more at ease. Qiu Yuanqi came uninvited to stand up for a guy who cheated on his conscience and stole something from me. Since that's the case, what's wrong with me killing him? Ning Qi smiled. Stole something from you? Master Wu Shi was slightly stunned. At this moment, Chen Xiaoran suddenly ran over and knelt in front of Master Wu Shi. Master Wu Shi, please seek justice for me. Chen Xiaoran successively spoke of all the grievances he'd suffered. According to him, his Chun clan was in a completely disadvantageous position, and because he'd carelessly misjudged, his son was heavily injured by Ning Qi. It seemed as if from the beginning until the end, it was the Z court that was bullying his Chun clan, and his Chun clan hadn't done anything wrong. A warrior must have martial virtue. You have such a cultivation at such a young age. You are indeed the pride of the divine Tang Empire. However, if you do not have virtue, it will be the misfortune of the divine Tang Empire. Someone like you cannot be the commander of the Six Doors School. I'm afraid that this robe of yours will have to be removed. Master Wu Shi looked at Ning Qi and said lightly, Master Wu Shi, sect leader Qiu died innocently in the hands of this man. I think it's better to bring him back to the Chund King and let him judge. Constable Lu cupped his fist. All right. Master Wu Shi nodded slightly, then the vital energy in his body surged. In an instant, the loose monk robe suddenly swelled up. He reached out a rather skinny arm and grabbed at Ning Qi. Ning Qi frowned and immediately took out the dragon saber. He slashed at Master Wu Shi, and the terrifying saber light instantly split Master Wu Shi into two. Hot blood dripped onto the ground. Master Wu Shi's lips moved slightly, but eventually, his eyes lost all signs of life. His corpse was split into two and fell to the sides. The divine Tang Empire's 8 great powerhouses, the leader of the world's warrior monks, a terrifying existence whose vital energy had been converted from acquired to innate, could not even withstand one move from Ning Qi. After killing Master Wu Shi, Ning Qi kept the dragon saber, as if he was crushing an ant. He looked at Constable Lu casually. Things had happened too quickly. By the time Constable Lu reacted, Master Wu Shi had already turned into an unpresentable corpse. His lips trembled uncontrollably, his feet and hands trembled. It was only when Ning Qi looked at him that he met Ning Qi's gaze, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Dongfang Lingtian's face turned pale. Chen Xiaoran, who was kneeling in front of Master Wu Shi, was sprayed with blood and became a little red man. He looked up blankly, unable to react to what had happened. A great powerhouse was killed just like that? Lu Heng inhaled a breath of cold air. He had never imagined that Ning Qi's strength had reached such a level. Even a great powerhouse was no match for him. Was he a human or an immortal? If he was human, how could he achieve such terrifying martial arts achievements at the age of 10? Constable Lu, you just said that you would hand me over to Prince Chund? That Prince Chund, who had accused the Ning residents of treason and caused hundreds of people in the Ning residence to be beheaded overnight? Was he the one who asked you to come this time? Ning Qi smiled. He finally knew why the other party had come. Chapter 4160. I. Constable Lu's lips trembled, but he could not say a complete sentence. Although Ning Qi looked at him with gentle eyes, Constable Lu felt a trace of terrifying pressure from it. This pressure was like a plague, spreading from the bottom of his heart, invading every cell and every pore of his body. Everyone looked at Constable Lu's current appearance with different expressions. No matter what, Constable Lu was also a gold medal constable, and there were not many people like him in the Six Fan School. Apart from this official identity, Constable Lu's martial arts cultivation had also reached a peak level and was not weaker than Dongfang Lingtian. But at this moment, including Lu Heng, the dozen-strong constables that Lu Heng brought with him, did not look down on Constable Lu. They could understand why Constable Lu was so scared because even they were shocked by Ning Qi's violent means just now. The leader of the martial monks. A top master. How could he be killed with a single slash? And where did the saber go? Don't be nervous, speak slowly. Did Prince Chund send you here? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Prince Chund asked me to come here. Constable Lu finally calmed down the fear in his heart and said a complete sentence. After saying this, his face was a little ugly. If it was any other occasion, he would never easily say the name of Prince Chund, but today he had to say it. Even Master Wu Shi was killed with a single slash before he could say a few words. He only hoped that the name of Prince Chund would make the other party afraid. What is this person's cultivation? What kind of existence did my unfilial son provoke for my Qin family? Chen Xiaoran, who was kneeling on the ground and covered in Master Wu Shi's blood, finally came to his senses. There was a wave of shock in his heart that could not be calmed in a short period of time. He thought that Master Wu Shi would be his turning point, but he did not expect that a top master was not a match for the other party. This simply shattered Chen Xiaoran's worldview of martial arts. What kind of monster would have such a martial arts cultivation at the age of a teenager? Why did his Qin family have to provoke such a monster? 10 million taels of silver, a matter that could have been resolved with just 10 million taels of silver. The Chen clan is finished. The regret in Chen Xiaoran's heart surged ceaselessly, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. He could only blame himself for being too greedy and unwilling to part with that 10 million taels of silver. Otherwise, why would he need to kneel here today? Why would he need to feel as if he was about to go to the execution ground? Sure enough, it's Lord Chund. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. At this moment, Ning Jiuxian and Mrs. Ning suddenly came from afar. They glanced at the mess on the ground, and a trace of fear flashed in Mrs. Ning's eyes, but Ning Jiuxian was calm. He came to Ning Qi and whispered, "Lord Chund has a grudge against the main branch of our Ning family. It's best not to make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, soldiers will come to our door in an instant." Arrestor Lu's ears moved slightly, and a glimmer of hope suddenly surged in his heart. As long as the other party was still afraid of Lord Chund, he could leave alive today. He did not expect to use his identity as a golden arrestor of 6 Fan School to suppress the other party. The other party was the commander, and he had just disrespected Ning Qi. His identity as a golden arrestor could not stop Ning Qi's killing intent at all. Only Lord Chund could make the other party fear him. "Father, I have a sense of propriety in this matter. Sometimes the power in the secular world is actually nothing." Ning Qi smiled. "It's good that you have a sense of propriety." Ning Jiuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene of the Ning mansion being executed when he was a child, it still gave him nightmares occasionally. "Why did Lord Chund ask you to come here?" Ning Qi looked at Arrestor Lu and smiled faintly. To let me and Master Wu Shi see if the commander appointed by 6 Fan School is competent." Arrestor Lu whispered. Lu Heng's eyes flashed a touch of sarcasm. How could he not know that the other party clearly wanted to prevent Ning Qi from taking the position of commander? Not only did Arrestor Lu not want to, but also Lord Chund behind him absolutely did not want to see the children of the Ning mansion, whose whole family was executed by him, to take such a high position. "Oh, he asked you to come here for inspection. Then did Lord Chund say that you can break into my Z mansion without permission and hurt my brother and sister?" Ning Qi smiled. No. Arrestor Lu stammered. "That's it." Ning Qi smiled and looked at Lu Heng. "Arrestor Lu, you offended your superior and broke into the commander's mansion without permission. What is your crime?" "Your crime is unforgivable." Lu Heng cupped his fists and said. "In that case, why don't you take Arrestor Lu down?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yes, sir." Lu Heng immediately nodded, and then walked to Arrestor Lu with more than a dozen strong constables. "Arrestor Lu, please excuse me." The corner of Lu Heng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes showed a touch of sarcasm. "It's okay." Arrestor Lu was a little surprised. He did not resist at all and let Lu Heng take him down. As long as he did not die, it would not matter even if he went to jail for a period of time. Arrestor Lu was quickly brought to Ning Qi by Lu Heng. Ning Qi looked at him up and down, and suddenly pointed at his Dan Si. Poof! A wisp of innate qi instantly entered Arrestor Lu's Dan Si. In an instant, Arrestor Lu's Dan Si was like a deflated balloon, and it dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths, Arrestor Lu's appearance had aged more than 10 years, and his hair had slowly turned white. You destroyed my kung fu?" Arrestor Lu looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, and there was a touch of despair in his eyes. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for dozens of years was so easily destroyed by Ning Qi today? In this world, martial arts were respected. He could sit in such a high position today because of the strength of a top master. But now, he was not even as good as an ordinary third-rate martial artist. "If I didn't destroy your kung fu, how could Lu Heng and the others control you?" Ning Qi laughed. "Lord Chund won't let you go, he won't let you go." Arrestor Lu suddenly roared fiercely. Ning Qi smiled and looked at City Lord Zhou, who had a dull look on his face. "City Lord Zhou, can you temporarily detain Arrestor Lu with you?" "Okay, no problem." City Lord Zhou reacted and nodded like a chick pecking rice. At the moment, he didn't have time to think about whether arresting Arrestor Lu would offend Lord Chund. He was afraid that Ning Qi, who was about to become the commander and had killed the peerless Master Wu Shi with a single slash, would also kill him. "Commander Ning, I." Dongfang Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said slowly. "Wait, it's not your turn yet." Ning Qi smiled, and his eyes fell on Chen Xiaoran. "Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? == Chapter 4161. Chen Xiaoran felt goosebumps all over his body as Ning Qi glared at him. He had never felt such fear since he was a child. This time, if the calamity that the Chen family encountered was not handled properly, it was very likely that the Chen family would be annihilated overnight. "I asked you to fork out 10 million, but you didn't want to. You even went to find a backer. Tell me, how should I deal with the Chen family now?" Ning Qi said with a smile. 20 million. Chen Xiaoran gritted his teeth and said sincerely, "Young Master Ning, I'm willing to pay 20 million silver to atone for my crime." 20 million silver? Ning Heng and the others thought carefully, but they couldn't figure out what 20 million silver meant. Only Zi Yun's expression changed a few times. Are all martial arts aristocratic families this strong? The Chen family can actually fork out 20 million silver. Zi Yun was secretly speechless. She had never heard of the Chen family doing anything remarkable in the business field, but the other party was able to fork out 20 million silver in one go. Even the current Zi Fu realm might not be able to compare with the Chen family. However, Zi Yun knew that if the Chen family really wanted to fork out this amount of money, they would have to start from scratch and sell everything. "Zi Yun, what do you think of 20 million silver?" Ning Qi suddenly looked at Zi Yun and said with a smile. "You do need the support of money to refine the Qi blood ointment, but it's all up to you." Zi Yun said with a smile. "All right then. 25 million silver. If you can fork out this amount of money, the Chen family will be fine. If not, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you." Ning Qi smiled and said to Chen Xiaoran, 25 million silver. Chen Xiaoran's heart suddenly twitched. City Lord Zhou's expression changed a few times when he heard the amount of money. He secretly envied the martial arts experts for making money so easily. He didn't think that Ning Qi was extorting him because there was such an unwritten rule in Jianghu that hatred could be offset with anything, including silver. "All right, I will definitely get 25 million silver." Chen Xiaoran only hesitated for 2 breaths of time before nodding heavily. "Words alone are no proof. Let's write a contract and have Senior Dongfang be the witness. I'll have to trouble Senior Dongfang to help me raise the money. When the time comes, I'll personally go to the Dongfang clan to collect it." Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Lingtian was originally pitying Chen Shaoran because according to his understanding, if the Chen clan really took out this amount of money, they would even have to sell their children. But in the blink of an eye, this ball was kicked by Ning Qi to his body? Commander Ning, Dongfang Lingtian opened his mouth. What? Isn't Senior Dongfang going to be the middleman for the Chen family? You're not even going to help me with this? Ning Qi's voice gradually turned cold. After Chen Shaoran recovered from his daze, a trace of pleasant surprise suddenly welled up in his heart. If Ning Qi went to the Dongfang clan to collect the money, even if he couldn't collect it, the Dongfang clan would grit their teeth and help him collect the money. Yes, this old man understands. When the time comes, Commander Ning, feel free to come to my Dongfang family. This old man will help you keep an eye on this money. Dongfang Lingtian said embarrassedly. He didn't dare to disagree. Grandmaster Wu Shi had just died, and Constable Liu, whose cultivation was similar to his, had his cultivation crippled. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would die a horrible death. Dongfang Lingtian quickly left the Z mansion with Chen Shaoran. City Lord Zhou also hurriedly took his leave. After everyone left, the Z mansion's servants immediately began to clean the ground. Grandmaster Wu Shi's death was somewhat tragic, and there were too many stains left behind. Madam, when I go to the capital this time, do you have anything that you want me to do while you're at it? I heard that the main branch of the Z clan is in the capital. Ning Qi smiled at Ziyun. He paused for a moment. Or, would you like to go with me? Go with me? Ziyun's expression changed slightly. Xiaolan quickly winked at her. Ziyun was indeed tempted. Wasn't the reason why she was looking for a son-in-law to prove to the main branch that she wasn't a jinx, so that the main branch couldn't use this reason to stop her from entering the main branch? Her father left something in the main branch, and before he died, he told her that she must retrieve it. Can I? Won't it interfere with my husband's business? Ziyun was a little hesitant. Business? It's just a title. What business can there be? But I can settle your matter, so I can be at ease. Ning Qi smiled. So, he knew all along. Ziyun's expression instantly became somewhat complicated. LV Heng had prepared everything. Although Ziyun, Xiaolan, and Ru Yun were following him, the three of them were second-rate cultivators, so they didn't need to take a carriage. They could ride fast horses with everyone else to the capital city. Shenluo World. Heavenly Court. Husband has already left for 100 years. The changes in Shenluo World started to gradually stop last year. I'm afraid that calamity is about to arrive. Fang Lingming's face showed a faint trace of worry. Li Xian and Wang Shui sat on both sides of her. Hearing that, they both comforted her, but they were also a little frightened. In these 100 years, the changes in the heavenly court were considered the greatest. Ning Qi left behind abundant cultivation resources, and in addition to some of his oral cultivation experience, everyone's cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that in these 100 years, there was still no one who advanced to the godly venerable realm. However, in terms of the number of great emperors in Shenluo World, even the Supreme Saint Parliament was at most equal to the Heavenly Court. Mistress, the Supreme Saint Parliament has been completely taken down by the Star God Kingdom. Niu Dazhuang hurriedly walked into the main hall, looking a little anxious. They were still taken down. This means that the entire Shenluo World has become the Creation Divine Realm's territory. Li Xian's expression was a little ugly. Ever since the creation celestial territory had suddenly descended upon Shenluo World, it had stirred up a bloodbath. The Heavenly Court had used various methods to avoid this battle after being warned by Ning Qi beforehand. The price they had to pay was that the Heavenly Court could only hide in the most remote place in Shenluo World. The spiritual energy there was sparse, and the resources were exhausted. The main reason was that after Shenluo World merged with the other worlds, it was too huge. Even the godly venerables in the creation divine realm found it hard to locate the heavenly court. Otherwise, at least half of the heavenly court would die in this battle. No matter what, live well. At least wait for husband to return. Fang Lingming said in a deep voice. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked into the Lingxiao treasure hall. Niu Dezhuang saw this and subconsciously shouted, "Who is it?" "I'm Ning Qi's friend." The person who came was a middle-aged man with fair skin. He wore a light silver robe, and the aura he exuded was extremely strong. Husband's friend? Fang Lingming and the other ladies looked at each other and were a little suspicious. They had never seen Ning Qi having such a friend. However, the fact that the other party could easily locate the heavenly court made the ladies a little afraid, and they did not dare to act rashly. Ning Qi went to a place he shouldn't have gone to. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to return. I plan to sit on the throne of the heavenly court and help all of you to survive this calamity. Silver Dragon said lightly. Chapter 4162. Fang Lingming and the others were shocked when they heard Silver Dragon's words. You're saying our husband went to a place he shouldn't have gone to? Fang Lingming said with a serious expression. Li Xian and Wang Shui looked at each other with a hint of worry in their hearts. That's right. Silver Dragon nodded slowly. Master is the utmost saint of the human world. What place can trap him? You said you're Master's friend, but why do you want the position of Heavenly Court Lord? Niu Dezhuang questioned coldly. Silver Dragon looked at Niu Dezhuang and suddenly laughed. Utmost saint of the human world? How is that the human world? We're all living in hell. Everyone could not understand Silver Dragon's words, but Fang Lingming only wanted to know where Ning Qi was at the moment. She asked directly, Senior, where is my husband now? The graveyard of a divine king, or should I say, the graveyard of a divine lord. No matter how strong a divine king or a divine lord enters that area, they won't be able to escape. They'll be trapped there forever. Silver Dragon said in a deep voice. Fang Lingming suddenly laughed. If the place that Senior mentioned really exists, and even divine kings and divine masters can't escape, how did Senior know about the situation of this place? How do you know the divine kings and divine lords are really trapped there? Wang Shui and Li Xian's worry from Silver Dragon's words dissipated a little. They kept thinking about how to deal with the person in front of them. Silver Dragon's aura seemed to have reached the ultimate god realm. With the heavenly court's current strength, they might not be able to deal with an ultimate god expert. You're right. Silver Dragon nodded slowly. It's indeed impossible for people to know about this place. However, I'm an exception as I've entered and come out before. That's why I know how scary that place is. Fang Lingming was relieved. Since Senior can come out, there's no need to say more about my husband. Silver Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of mockery as he shook his head slightly. You don't know how I could come out. There won't be a second case like this. Fang Lingming smiled. The confidence in her eyes did not diminish because of Silver Dragon's words. Not only her, but Wang Shui, Li Xian, and Niu Dezhuang were also very confident. If the other party could come out, why couldn't Ning Qi? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, the great worlds of the myriad heavens are about to attack. The entire Shenluo world, including the few divine kings of the creation divine realm, are no match for those great worlds. The heavenly court was left behind by Ning Qi, and I have fate with him. That's why I decided to oversee the heavenly court and see if I can help you survive this calamity. Silver Dragon said. Senior, you should be an ultimate god, right? Fang Lingming spoke slowly. The Silver Dragon nodded. In the heavenly court, the strongest person is only a sixth-step cultivator. I wonder if there's anything here that caught your eye? Fang Lingming asked. Destiny, the destiny of your heavenly court. Silver Dragon's lips curled up and he didn't plan to hide anything. In the entire Shenluo world, Only the heavenly court's providence is extremely strong. Even the oceanic kingdom led by the Sea King in the creation divine realm has a providence that is several times weaker than yours. Me and the two of you are enough to create a miracle in this chaotic world. Luck? Does Senior believe in such an illusory thing? Fong Lingming frowned slightly. Luck has never been illusory. It's just that at your cultivation realm, you can't sense the trajectory of luck in this world. Silver Dragon said. Senior, you should know that the master of the heavenly court is my husband. Since you're my husband's friend, there's no reason for you to snatch what belongs to him. Fong Lingming said. It's precisely because I'm his friend that I should protect what he left behind. I've already made a decision on this matter, and none of you can stop me. Silver Dragon said indifferently. Niu Dezhuang suddenly said, You said that the providence of our heavenly court is stronger than that of the oceanic kingdom. Isn't it because of my master's existence that we have such providence? Silver Dragon was slightly stunned. Then, he pinched his fingers and calculated in front of everyone. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes before he smiled and shook his head. It's impossible for Ning Qi to escape from that place. This providence should be above the heavenly court. In that case, we'll give up the heavenly court. Fong Lingming stood up slowly. But if we want to leave, Senior won't stop us, right? Of course not. Silver Dragon smiled. He wanted the heavenly court, not the people in the heavenly court. All right, I'll inform the others one by one. Those who are willing to stay will naturally stay, and those who aren't, I'll take them away. Fong Lingming said with a cold expression. Li Xian and Wang Shui's expressions were equally cold. They knew that it was already fortunate that Silver Dragon allowed them to leave. Right now, they could only give up the heavenly court, or else it would attract a great calamity. Ning Qi didn't know what had happened in the outside world, nor did he know that 100 years had passed in the outside world. He galloped on his horse with Ziyun, followed by Lu Heng and the other constables of the 6 doors. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the capital. The gates of the capital were much more majestic than the huge cities they passed by along the way. There were a few silhouettes standing on the city walls, seemingly observing the situation in the surroundings. The city gates were wide open, and people flowed in and out of the city. However, regardless of whether it was the commoners or the well-dressed nobles, when they saw Ning Qi's group, they all revealed a trace of curiosity and reverence on their faces. They all made way for them, not daring to approach them. Not everyone could wear a purple robe, not to mention that it was embroidered with a qilin. This kind of identity would be extremely honorable even in the capital. The soldiers at the city gates took a few steps forward and saluted Ning Qi's group. They didn't even dare to ask anything, and allowed Ning Qi's group to enter the city gates. A purple qilin robe, he's either a duke or a governor, but he's so young, what's his identity? One of the soldiers waited for Ning Qi's group to enter the city before looking at his leader curiously. In the end, everyone realized that the leader's expression had become extremely solemn. The person beside him is an officer of the 6 doors. I think he's called Lu Heng. He's already a top-notch expert at such a young age, and it won't be a problem for him to become a gold medal constable in the future. The leader said with a solemn expression. Is that person also from the 6 doors? He might be wearing a purple qilin robe, could it be? The soldiers suddenly shivered when they thought of this. They all felt that their guess might be wrong. How could there be such a young peerless master in this world? Your Excellency, this is the Yamen of the 6 doors. Lu Heng led Ning Qi and Ziyun to the front of a secluded house, dismounted, and gestured for the constables to open the gate as he said to Ning Qi. It's quiet here. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 4163. With LV Heng leading the way, Ning Qi and Ziyun walked as if they were taking a stroll. Along the way, when many constables saw Ning Chi's clothes, they immediately stood aside with their hands clasped behind their backs and saluted respectfully. It was not until Ning Chi walked past them that these constables raised their heads and whispered to each other in shock. "Isn't that the Kylan robe? Only our 6 fan school's commander can wear it. Who is this guy? When did our 6 fan school have a commander?" With LV Hung leading the way, his identity must be extraordinary. As for his martial arts cultivation, I think it's just SOSO. 6 fan school rarely makes such a precedent. Without an equivalent martial arts cultivation, how can the people be convinced? This is not something we can figure out right now. Let's wait. I think we will know who he is soon. Lord Ning, Lord Tai Ho is in this small courtyard. Do you think Madam should wait outside for a while? After coming to the small courtyard where Gongsun Tai Ho was, LV Hung smiled embarrassedly. Gongsun Tai Ho only said he wanted to see Ning Chi, not Zi Yun, so he did not dare to make the decision. "My husband, you go in. I will sit here for a while." Zi Yun smiled. There was a pavilion not far away. "That's good." Ning Chi nodded with a smile, and then looked at the other constables. "Look after Madam." "Yes, Lord." The group of constables hurriedly responded in unison. They were a little excited. After Ning Chi met Gongsun Tai Ho, he would officially become the commander. At that time, they would be Ning Chi's first group of trusted subordinates. They were very grateful to LV Hung for giving them this opportunity. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a group of constables waiting to make a report. When they saw LV Hung leading Ning Chi to cut the queue, they did not dare to make a sound. This was because the robe on Ning Chi's body caused the group of constables to be shocked and fearful. Following LV Hung into the small courtyard, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Gongsun Tai Ho came up to them with a smile. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, constantly scanning Ning Chi's body. Only when he got close to Ning Chi did his gaze slightly change, becoming much gentler. "Lu Hung told me about you. He said that you are very young. I didn't expect to see you in person. Only now do I understand what the word young means." Gongsun Tai Ho sighed. Lu Hung took a step forward and whispered a few words to Gongsun Tai Ho. Gongsun Tai Ho's body trembled and his eyes flashed with disbelief. "Master Wu Shi is really dead?" Gongsun Tai Ho took a deep breath. He seemed to be asking LV Hung, but his eyes were actually on Ning Chi. The old monk is not sincere in paying respects to Buddha and insists on interfering in the matters of the secular world. Naturally, that Kasaya won't be able to help him avoid calamity. Ning Chi smiled. "Wu Shi's cultivation is the same as mine. If he can kill Wu Shi with one move, doesn't that mean he can also kill me with one slash? How did the divine Tang Empire produce such a monster?" Gongsun Tai Ho's bright mood turned gloomy. The stronger Ning Chi was, the happier he should be. However, Ning Chi had killed Great Master Wu Shi, and the Xianwu Temple behind him was the #1 temple in the divine Tang Empire. Not only did the abbot have an extremely powerful cultivation base, but he also had a close relationship with the royal family of the divine Tang Empire. If that was the case, the 6 fan school would be in big trouble. Not long after Ning Chi and LV Hung entered the small courtyard, a graceful and luxurious-looking woman arrived with a few maids and servants. When the constables at the door saw the woman, they all cupped their hands in greeting. The woman didn't even look at them as she arrogantly barged into the courtyard. However, she was stopped by a constable at the entrance of the courtyard. "Madame Hua, Master is meeting with a distinguished guest. You can't barge in now." The constable smiled bitterly. "Meeting with a distinguished guest? What distinguished guest?" Madame Hua frowned. "Is his matter more important than mine? A few days ago, a burglar broke into my mansion. If I hadn't stayed elsewhere that day, I would have been killed by the burglar. He didn't kill me, but he killed more than 10 servants in my mansion. It's been a few days, but the Six-Fan School hasn't caught him yet. I'd like to ask Master Gongsun if the Six-Fan School cares about my matter." That distinguished guest was wearing a Kirin robe. The constable smiled bitterly. "Kirin robe?" Madame Hua's eyes moved slightly, and then she said indifferently, "If that's the case, I'll wait for Master Gongsun to meet the distinguished guest before I go in." After saying that, she walked straight to the pavilion not far away with her maids and servants. The group of constables at the entrance of the small courtyard secretly cursed in their hearts. Madame Hua was really arrogant in the capital because she was the lover of Prince Chund. She even wanted to question Gongsun Tai-ho for such a small matter? Did she really think that Gongsun Tai-ho had nothing to do? However, they only dared to curse in their hearts, but did not dare to say it out loud. The power represented by Prince Chund was too strong. Just the Xianwu Temple alone was enough to make the Six-Fan School extremely afraid. Ziyun had noticed Madame Hua when she first appeared. When she saw Madame Hua walking towards the pavilion, she suddenly smiled, and was about to stand up and speak. "You go out, I want to rest here for a while." Madame Hua glanced at Ziyun, and then waved her hand impatiently. Ziyun's face suddenly froze. "Our madam will rest here first. You go find another place." A constable took a step forward and said coldly, "She ordered us to leave as soon as she arrived? What a joke." In the past, they might not have dared to be so confident in the main government, but now they had Ningqi as their backer, so there was no need to fear too much. "Your madam?" Madame Hua suddenly laughed. Before she continued to speak, a maid beside her had already said with a sneer, "Our madam wants to rest here." "What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of the way quickly." "Madame Hua?" One of the constables was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had thought of the origin of Madame Hua, but he was only stunned for a moment. He was not very afraid in his heart. Ningqi had even killed Master Wu Shi. How could he be afraid of Prince Chund? The constable came to Ziyun, and quietly told her the origin of Madame Hua. "Oh, it turns out to be her." Ziyun nodded slightly. Her character was that if others respected her, she would respect them tenfold. Since Madame Hua was not polite at the beginning, she would not be polite to her. Ziyun smiled and said, "Everything is first come, first served. Since I came to this pavilion first, please go elsewhere, madam." "You don't know who I am?" Madame Hua's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Usually, she would not be so direct. But today, when she saw Ziyun's appearance, she felt uncomfortable. Ziyun was much younger than her. When she thought that Prince Chund did not seem to like to go to her mansion recently, coupled with the disturbance of the burglar, Madame Hua wanted to vent her anger on Ziyun. But she did not expect that he was in the capital and could enter Six-Fan School, but he did not seem to know her identity. "Do I need to know who you are?" Ziyun said with a smile. "Bitch, slap him for me," Madame Hua shouted coldly. The maid beside her got the order and immediately walked towards Ziyun. She was not afraid of the constables around Ziyun. "Who are you going to slap?" Just as everyone was watching, a sudden shout sounded. Chapter 4164. Madame Hua's maid was shocked by the shout and suddenly froze in place. "Who dares to stop?" Madame Hua turned around coldly. Before she finished her words, she saw Gongsun Tai-ho walking out side by side with Ningqi. She immediately swallowed the rest of her words. "Madame Hua, you are impulsive." Gongsun Tai-ho smiled bitterly. Madame Hua frowned slightly and her eyes fell on Ningqi. When she found that Ningqi was so young but wearing a purple Qilin robe, her expression finally changed a little. Ningqi walked slowly to Ziyun and said lightly, "Ziyun, did this woman just say that she wanted to slap your mouth?" "Husband, maybe she was just joking." Ziyun smiled. "Who said I was joking?" Madame Hua said in a low voice. Although she saw that Ningqi was so young and wearing a Qilin robe, She knew that his status was not ordinary. However, she was the woman of Prince Chund. In the capital, she knew how powerful Prince Chund was. Moreover, she had never seen Ning Qi and Zi Yun in the capital. She had already concluded that the two came from other provinces. Border-level officials? So what? In the capital, even the border-level officials had to give face to Prince Chund. Madame Hua, this is Lord Ning Qi, the new commander of our 6th fan school. This is his wife. There must be some misunderstanding between you? Seeing this, Gongsun Taiho immediately pointed out Ning Qi's identity. After a secret talk, he decided to make Ning Qi the new commander of the 6th fan school even if he had to offend Prince Chund. He suspected that Ning Qi's martial arts cultivation had probably reached the peak, comparable to the imperial advisor of the Divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xiangwu Temple. Gongsun Taiho believed in his judgment. The new commander of your 6th fan school? Madame Hua was slightly stunned, and then a trace of mockery appeared in her eyes. The trace of vigilance in her heart also disappeared. To be able to sit in the position of commander at this age, he must have obtained it through connections. She did not believe that there would be such a young master in the world. In this case, she had no reason to be afraid of Ning Qi. Lord Gongsun, the 6th fan school controls the world. The position of commander is so important. How can it be so easily given to such a junior? Is his family related to the royal family? Or is he the descendant of one of the elders? Mrs. Hua said with a smile. The mockery in his words was not concealed at all. Lord Gongsun, who is this Madame Hua? How dare she be so arrogant and domineering in 6th fan school? Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Without waiting for Gongsun Taiho to answer, Ziyun whispered, "She is Chund Wangye's woman. Since you know who I am, it is normal for the two of you to not understand the rules of the capital at such a young age. Apologize to me and I will let today's matter go." Madame Hua said lightly. "I was wondering who it was." It turns out to be Prince Chun's woman. Ning Qi smiled. Madame Hua raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered that Ning Qi's figure had suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of her. But it was as if Madame Hua had been struck by lightning. Her vision turned pitch black. Her body flew up from where she was and spun a few times in the air. Then, she landed heavily on the ground. Only then did her maids and servants react. They cried out in alarm. One of the servants subconsciously rushed toward Ning Qi. Pa pa pa! Ning Qi slapped one by one. One by one, the servants flew out and fell heavily on the ground. They could not get up for a long time. The group of arresters not far away was stunned. They knew the identity of Madame Hua, so they were very shocked by Ning Qi's heavy hand. There was actually someone in the capital who did not give face to Prince Chund? You dare to hit me? Madame Hua's physique was much better than that of ordinary women. After being slapped by Ning Qi, it took her only a few seconds to recover. She covered her face and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. The hatred in her eyes almost condensed into a substance. Murderers will be killed. You want to hit my wife, but I can't hit you? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Just because you are backed by Prince Chund, you think there is no one in the world that you can't provoke? Lord Gongsun. Madame Hua looked at Gongsun Taiho and said sternly, "If you don't want this matter to get bigger and bigger, immediately catch this man in prison." Madame Hua, how to decide this matter? I think you'd better go back and ask Prince Chund first. Gongsun Taiho sighed softly and then waved his hand. Immediately, a constable came forward and took away Madame Hua, who was shouting and swearing to take revenge. Her maid hurriedly followed. As for the group of servants who were knocked out by Ning Qi, they were deliberately ignored by the constables and stayed where they were. "Commander Ning, I will go to the palace later. As for the matter of meeting the emperor, it may have to wait for a few days. Do you have a place to stay these days?" Gongsun Taiho said to Ning Qi. I have a house in the capital. It should not be a problem to stay for a few days. Ziyun said. That's good, that's good. Gongsun Taiho nodded with a smile. Madam, is this the house you mentioned? Not long after, Ning Qi and Ziyun came to a house. The door of the house was open, and people came in and out from time to time. I only left an old servant to take care of this place. There is no reason for so many idle people to come in and out. Ziyun frowned slightly. Just go and ask. Ning Qi smiled. Then, he and Ziyun went forward and happened to see a servant coming out of the house. Ning Qi waved his hand and asked, "Whose house is this?" The servant was startled. Then, seeing Ning Qi wearing a purple Kirin robe, his eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He hurriedly said, "My lord, this is the Lin house." The Lin house? Ziyun frowned and said, "This house was bought by me. How did it become the Lin house?" "Miss, you are?" The servant was slightly startled after hearing Ziyun's words. "Ziyun of the Z Mansion." Ziyun said slowly. "Miss Ziyun, this house was indeed yours before, but it was later sold to our master by young Master Tian of the Z Mansion." "Miss Z, don't you know about this?" The servant said. "Young Master Tian? The young Master Tian you mentioned is Z Tian?" Ziyun's eyes flashed with anger. "Yes." The servant said. "Who is Z Tian?" Ning Qi asked curiously. "A playboy from the main branch of the Z clan." Ziyun said. "He must have used some kind of method to deceive the owner of this place. In that case, let's go to the inn and stay for a few days. After we understand the cause of this matter, we can make a decision." Ning Qi smiled. Ziyun nodded slightly. Just as the two were about to leave, a young man who looked like a playboy came with a group of servants. Before he came close, he said loudly, "I just heard someone say bad things about Brother Z Tian." Chapter 4165. Young Master, you're back? The manservant who was questioned by Ning Qi hurriedly trotted up to the young master after seeing the young master. The young master glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't talk to any Tom, Dick, or Harry in the future. I don't know if some people see that our family is rich, so they deliberately come up to you. Ah-san, how many times do I have to tell you this truth before you understand? Young master, that person's clothes are not ordinary, The manservant hurriedly gave him a look and reminded him in a low voice. Hearing this, the young master who was looking at him from the corner of his eyes fixed his gaze on Ning Qi. Ning Qi was extremely tall, his face was resolute and handsome, and he looked very young. Most importantly, the purple Qilin robe he was wearing was unusually luxurious, and at the same time, it carried a sense of majesty. Lin Bin's expression slightly changed. After a few breaths, he reacted and asked in surprise, "You are?" At this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard. Lin Bin and the others looked towards the sound and saw a group of 6 Fan School's constables galloping over on horses. The group of constables had black cloaks with a red base fluttering in the wind, making them look even more solemn and heroic. Is that Lu Heng of 6 Fan School? Where is he going with this group of constables? Is there a big case nearby? Oh yes, Madame Hua's house was robbed some time ago, and several people died. Maybe he is here to handle this case. Thinking of this, Lin Bin suddenly smiled and took a step forward. He cupped his hands towards Lu Heng and said, "Brother Lu, do you still remember me?" Lu Heng pulled the reins, and the horse under him immediately let out a long neigh, stopping in front of everyone. From galloping to coming to a sudden stop, he and the group of constables behind him displayed an unusual tacit understanding. Some of the passers-by suddenly had a flash of reverence in their eyes. 6 Fan School could be said to be a yamen deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Whether it was the evildoers in Jianghu or the thieves, they were all arrested by 6 Fan School. Moreover, the imperial advisor of the divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xiangu Temple also held positions in the Six Fan School. The Lin family behind Lin Bin was just a family of merchants that had been rising for more than 10 years. He could ignore the ordinary arresters of Six Fan School, but Lu Heng had a peerless master as his master, and he had a very high aptitude. He was already a first-class master at such a young age. How could he dare to be careless? LV Heng looked at Lin Bin strangely and thought to himself, who is this guy? However, without any hesitation, he dismounted with his men and saluted Ning Qi with a fist and palm salute. Your Excellency, I have completed the handover with the others. From now on, I and my brothers will follow you. My lord. Lin Bin was dumbfounded. He thought he had heard it wrong and saw it wrong. He subconsciously rubbed his ears and eyes. Yes. Ning Qi nodded slightly, then waved at Lin Bin. Come here. Lin Bin subconsciously walked in front of Ning Qi and stammered. His whole face was red and he was very scared. He did not know if Ning Qi had heard his sarcastic words just now. LV Heng glanced at Lin Bin, and then his eyes flashed with a touch of contemplation. After 2 breaths, he suddenly realized who Lin Bin was. However, he did not take it to heart. For Six Fan School, this kind of ordinary merchant family could be made friends or not, and it did not affect them. He and Lin Bin had met at a poetry meeting some time ago. Neither of them could compose poems, so they happened to chat for a while. LV Heng did not expect to meet on such an occasion today, and he felt a little strange. From what you said just now, you seem to know Zetian. And are you familiar with him? Ning Qi smiled. Lin Bin took a few breaths of time before his heart calmed down. LV Heng actually called the other party Lord. This meant that he was a superior of Six Fan School, and he was wearing a Kirin robe. Lin Bin, who had a good understanding of the official ranks in Six Fan School, gasped in his heart and stammered, I know, don't be afraid, I'm not a tiger. Ning Qi smiled. Lin Bin looked at the Kirin in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and said with a forced smile, Your Excellency, ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you everything I know. This house should have been my wife's. How did it become your Lin mansion? Ning Qi said with a smile. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment, then gasped and subconsciously looked at Ziyun. You are the one in Jiangyin City. No, he shook his head and said, I don't know anything. This house was bought from child Zetian. Ning Qi smiled even more. It seems that you should know the inside story. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to your house and have a good talk. He glanced at LV Heng, and then walked into Lin Mansion with Ziyun. LV Heng waved his hand tacitly, and immediately a constable came forward to protect Lin Bin. Child Lin, please. Lin Bin's face changed slightly, and then he quickly whispered to the servant beside him, Go to Z Mansion and inform child Zetian, quickly. After that, he followed the group of constables into his house with an uneasy face. The servant got the order, turned around, and ran away. Seeing this, a constable looked at LV Heng, who smiled and shook his head. Let him go to get help. Let him go get reinforcements. This is the way to deal with things in Beijing. Let's see which side has more authority, which side is in the right. Lin Mansion. Young master, you are back. Who are these? When the servants in Lin Mansion saw Lin Bin, they all came forward to greet him, and then looked at Ning Qi and Ziyun curiously. Lin Bin had to say, This is the superior of Six Fan School. Go and ask my father to come out and entertain the guests. The superior of Six Fan School? The servant was shocked when he heard this, and then he looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment, quickly turned around, and ran away. Six Fan School was not a good place. Today, there were more than a dozen constables at the door. He thought that his young master had done something bad outside, which provoked the constables, so he decided to inform Lin Bin's father as soon as possible. Lin Mansion reception room. Ning Chi lightly looked at the restless Lin Bin and said with a smile, "The title deed of this house is in the hands of my wife, and from what Child Lin just said, Child Lin knows this, otherwise you would not say the 3 words Jiangyin City. I wonder if Child Lin can explain why this house that should have belonged to my wife became your Lin mansion?" "This humble one really doesn't know," Lin Bin said embarrassedly. "How dare you? How dare you lie in front of His Excellency?" LV Hing shouted coldly. As a constable of 6 Fan School, how could he not see that Lin Bin was lying? Just then, a big-bellied official came into the reception room with a group of servants. When the official saw a dozen solemn figures standing in the reception room, his face couldn't help but change. "Father!" Lin Bin seemed to see his savior. He quickly ran to the official and then whispered a few words. Lin Hu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He thought that Lin Bin had stirred up some trouble outside. He didn't expect that it was this mansion that attracted the constables of the 6 Fan School. Chapter 4166. I am Lin Hu, the head of the Lin Mansion. May I know how to address you, Lord? Lin Hu cupped his hands towards Ningqi. River, Yin City, Ningqi. Ningqi smiled lightly. It really is Jiamin City. Hearing this, Lin Hu's body trembled slightly, then he glanced at Ziyun. In his heart, he could already determine Ziyun's status. I see that you are in a dilemma. Do you already know why we are here? If you have any difficulties, you can say it. I am not an unreasonable person. Ning Qi smiled. Of course I am in a dilemma. Lin Hu couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. At that time, he'd bought this house for the sake of currying favor with the Z clan's young master Zitian, yet who would have known that this house didn't belong to Zitian? However, since Zitian had spoken, they had no choice but to brace themselves and buy it. After buying, they were actually relieved, thinking that with Zitian around, even if the owner of the house came looking for them, they would not be afraid. But who would have thought that today, the person who came looking for them would be a superior of 6 doors? A purple Qilin robe. Wasn't this an important person who was almost on the same level as Gongsun Taiho of 6 doors? Master Lin, if there is anything, please speak your mind. My time is limited. I have rushed all the way from Jiangyin City to the capital. It is time for me to have a good rest. Ning Qi said lightly. Lin Hu, Lord is asking you a question. You better tell him everything you know, otherwise, I will take you back to 6 doors. Lu Hing said coldly. Lin Hu's heart thumped, then he said in a low voice, reporting to Lord, this house was indeed bought from Zitian. Was the deed complete at that time? Ziyun asked coldly. Lin Hu glanced at her. His lips moved a few times, and then he muttered with a voice that was like a mosquito. Although the deed to the house wasn't complete at that time, young Master Zitian guaranteed that this house was ownerless, so this commoner directly spent a large sum of money to buy it from young Master Zitian. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He looked at Ning Qi. Lord, do you want to capture this cunning fatty and bring him back to 6 doors? I have 100 ways to make him spill everything about how he peeked at the widow next door bathing when he was a child. Your Excellency, please wait. I have never peeked at Widow Zhang bathing. Lin Hu quivered and subconsciously defended himself. Lin Bin's expression suddenly became a little strange as he glanced at Lin Hu. Lin Hu also seemed to realize that he had said something inappropriate and hurriedly shut his mouth. Even if you didn't peep at the widow bathing, if you don't answer His Excellency's questions honestly today, I'll capture you and bring you back to 6 Fan School. You didn't even know whose house this is. How dare you buy it without the deed? Taking a step back, you're trespassing on the residence of the commander of 6 Fan School. According to the law, I can kill you 10 times over. LV Heng's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent, causing Lin Bin and Lin Hu to feel the temperature in the room drop by several degrees. They could not help but shiver. When you took over this house, you should already know that this house belongs to my wife, right? Ningqi said carelessly. Lin, who hesitated for a few moments, then made what he believed to be the best choice he had made in his life. Your Excellency, this commoner doesn't dare to hide anything. At that time, this commoner wanted to curry favor with young Master Zetian, so I proposed to buy a house under his name at 10 times the market price. So young Master Zetian sold this house to this commoner. At that time, this commoner asked for the deed, but was told by young Master Zetian that this house belongs to the Z mansion of River Een City. However, the Z family of the capital is the main branch, and the Z mansion of River Een City is only a side branch. Therefore, this house also belongs to him. This commoner didn't speak carelessly, it was all said by young Master Zetian himself. This commoner had no choice. I've already given the money if I don't. I'm afraid that young Master Zetian will feel that this commoner didn't give him face. This commoner is only a small merchant, how can I go against the Z family? Lin, who did not hide anything and said everything. Lin Bin was dumbstruck. Father, he didn't know why Lin, who didn't hide anything. In this way, as long as his testimony came to light today, wouldn't his Lin family completely offend the Z mansion? When he thought of Zetian's temper, and that incomparably gloomy swordsman who followed him all day long, Lin Bin's hair stood on end. He saw with his own eyes that swordsmen killed 5 or 6 martial artists of the pugilistic world who dared to provoke Zetian with a single sword strike. Lin, who looked at Lin Bin with a stern gaze, stopping him from continuing. Then, he carefully looked at Ningqi. In his heart, he didn't know if his frank confession would be exchanged for an opportunity. Lin, who was a merchant, so he was very shrewd. He was shrewd enough to buy a house that didn't belong to Zetian at 10 times the market price, just to curry favor with Zetian and use his relationship to take on a few big business deals, earning back the money he spent to curry favor with Zetian by 10 times. Therefore, after he confirmed that Ningqi was the commander of 6 doors, he didn't care how Ningqi could sit in such a high position at such a young age. He used an extremely short amount of time to weigh the pros and cons, and finally concluded that Z Mansion couldn't compete with Ningqi. This was the intuition of a merchant. If he was asked to give a reason, he couldn't. You're honest. Ningqi smiled. My husband, should we go to the Z family? Ziyun suddenly asked. Ningqi found a trace of expectation in her eyes. He smiled and patted the back of her hand. We have to go sooner or later. But just now, someone secretly went to Z Mansion to send a message. We might as well sit here for a while and wait for the Z family to come. It won't be too late to go with them. Lin, whose heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Lin Bin, who nodded with a bitter face. Seeing this, Lin, who directly knelt down in front of Ningqi. Your Excellency, I didn't teach my son well. Please forgive me. What crime did Master Lin commit? Ningqi smiled. Why don't you help Master Lin up? Yes, Your Excellency. A constable walked to Lin, whose side, and lightly scooped him up. Feeling the power contained in the constable's palm, Lin, who became even more fearful of Six Fan School. Ningqi smiled and chatted with Lin, who, inadvertently mentioning some aspects related to Xiangu Temple. He had obtained a lot of information about Xiangu Temple from Lvheng, but he also wanted to see the views of ordinary people like Lin, who about Xiangu Temple. Lin, whose view of Xiangu Temple was very ordinary, just like that of ordinary people. When mentioning the abbot of Xiangu Temple, his face was full of reverence. After chatting for a while, they heard a slightly sarcastic voice coming from outside. Hurry up. I'd like to see who gave the girl in Jiangyin City the courage to set foot in the capital again. She's such a jinx. Isn't she afraid of killing the main branch of the Z family? Could it be that this girl has such a motive? Chapter 4167 Ziyun's face changed when he heard this voice. Ning Qi's face darkened. Seeing this, Lu Heng signaled his men with his eyes. Very quickly, a group of people filed into the guest hall, and the person in the lead was a young man with an arrogant and domineering expression. As soon as he saw Ziyun, a look of ridicule appeared on his face, and he was just about to speak when he saw Lu Heng and the others dashing forward like wolves and tigers. A middle-aged swordsman with a thin face but extremely sharp eyes beside the young man shouted. The sword in his hand was like a flash of lightning, stabbing toward Lu Heng. "You dare to fight with the arrester of 6 Fan School?" Lu Heng suddenly shouted angrily. He turned his body, directly dodging the sword of the middle-aged swordsman, and then hit back with his palm. In a very short period of time, the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Heng's strength was slightly weaker, and Lu Heng did not like to use weapons, so he could not take down the middle-aged swordsman for a while. Ning Qi suddenly flicked his finger, and a stream of innate qi pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's right arm joint. His hand holding the sword instantly lost strength, and his forearm was like a broken lotus root. Except for the skin that was still attached to the arm, the bones were completely crushed and drooped down powerlessly. A swordsman with a broken arm lost at least 70% of his fighting strength. He was taken down by Lu Heng without much resistance, and knelt on the ground with both knees bent. The middle-aged swordsman finally reacted, and let out a miserable howl. Then he immediately raised his head and looked at Ning Qi in panic. At the same time, the other subordinates of the young man were also subdued by the other arresters. The young man himself was also subdued, and was taken to kneel in front of Ning Qi. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Zitian roared in disbelief. He never thought that the other side would directly attack him. Did they not know that he was the young master of the Z family? Ziyun, the main branch of the Z family in the capital, is really generous. Such a spoiled brat can actually arrange a first-class expert in Jianghu to guard him. Ning Qi laughed. Everything happened in a flash. Lin Hu and his son did not have time to react. They saw Zitian and the group of people he brought were all subdued. The middle-aged swordsman, who was extremely strong in Lin Bin's heart, was also subdued. When Lin Bin saw this, his eyes flashed with shock. He suddenly understood Lin Hu's plan. The fact that the other party dared to attack Zitian directly showed that he was not afraid of the Z clan at all. Thinking about it carefully, although the Z clan was considered a first-rate clan in the capital, there was still a huge gap between them and those top existences. Husband, Zitian is the sole heir of the Z family, so the Z family attaches great importance to his personal safety. Ziyun took a deep breath and said, "First-class experts outside the capital can easily be a sect leader, but now they are willing to be someone's bodyguard. It seems that the Z family has some tricks up their sleeve." Ning Qi smiled. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Ning Qi with more and more fear in his eyes. Ning Qi was too young, but such a young existence had actually released a wisp of true qi. He wasn't sure if that surge of Zhen qi was Houtian or Xiantian. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party's cultivation was definitely top-notch. He had heard of Ziyun of Jiamin City, and he often heard people from the Z family mention him. When those people from the Z family mentioned this name, they basically gloated and showed disdain. Therefore, he thought that Ziyun of Jiamin City was really nothing special. But according to today's situation, the Z family might have kicked an iron plate. "Ziyun, how dare you join forces with outsiders to deal with me? How dare you? How dare you? If my grandfather knows about this, he will never let you go." Zitian shouted at Ziyun angrily, and then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?" "Slap yourself," Ning Qi said lightly. "Yes." LV Hing nodded slightly. Then he stepped forward and gave Zitian 100 slaps, which made Zitian dizzy. "Can we talk properly now?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Continue to slap yourself. Yes. Slap, slap, slap. Another 100 slaps. LV Hung was very careful. If he used his full strength, not to mention 100 slaps, just one slap would be enough to kill Zetian. But these 200 slaps only caused superficial injuries to Zetian, not to mention 100 slap. Can we talk properly now? Ningqi looked at Zetian with a faint smile. Zetian's eyes were full of horror. The anger in his heart was completely dispersed by LV Heng's 200 slaps, and now there was only fear left. His eyes were so scary, as if he was going to kill him. In the capital, there was really someone who dared to do this to him, regardless of the background of the Z family? What are you going to do? Zetian said, trembling with fear. Let me ask you, I bought this house with my own money. Why did you sell it to others? Ziyun said coldly. Zetian's expression changed slightly, as if he was organizing his words in his mind. I saw that no one lived in your house for the time being, and Lin who needed a house to stay in the capital, so I lent it to them for a while. Anyway, you are a member of the Z family, and the Z family has the right to use your property. Temporarily lend it. Ziyun smiled. Temporarily lend it at 10 times the market price? The house deed is yours, and I didn't give it to him. Naturally, temporarily lend it. Zetian looked innocent. What right do you have to lend my house temporarily? My Z mansion has been separated from the main branch for many years. What's mine is mine, and not your Z clan's. This point should have been made clear when your Z clan didn't allow me to step foot in, right? Ziyun's voice gradually turned cold. Zetian was annoyed, but he dared not to vent his anger at this moment. He could only say in a low voice, at worst, I will return the money to Lin Hu, and you can take the house back. In his eyes, this was not a big deal, or he would not be so unscrupulous. LV Heng, this man has violated the criminal law. Put him in prison first. Ningqi said with a faint smile. What? Zetian was dumbfounded. He was thrown into prison just like that? Did he still take the Z family seriously? Yes, Your Excellency. LV Heng slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his subordinates caught Zetian and dragged him out of the Lin family's reception hall while he was screaming. Lin Hu and Lin Bin were dumbfounded. The young master of the Z family was put in prison just like that? Your Excellency, I will move out of this house immediately, Lin Hu stammered. There's no need for that. I'll get the money from Zetian. You guys can stay here if you want. Ningqi smiled, got up and said to Ziyun, Madam, let's go to the inn for a night. Okay. Ziyun nodded. At the same time, Prince Chund was listening to a constable's whisper with a solemn face. Your Highness, Master Wu Shi is really dead. This matter has not been spread out for the time being. You should make a decision immediately. The constable looked a little frightened. The chief monk of Xiangu Temple was killed. If this matter was spread out, it would cause a great disturbance in Jianghu, the imperial court, and the people. Chapter 4168. Master Wu Shi is dead. Prince Chund rubbed his temple. The constable who reported in front of him could not see Prince Chund's attitude at the moment. He was a little restless. Is this news accurate? Prince Chund's voice was very calm. Absolutely true. The constable whispered. What is Gongsun Tai Ho's attitude? Prince Chund said. Gongsun Daren should be on Ningqi's side. Now Lu Heng and a group of constables have become Ningqi's subordinate. You can imagine Gongsun Daren's attitude. The constable said. I see. Prince Chun nodded. You can leave. Your Highness? The constable's face showed a trace of surprise. Shouldn't such a big deal be dealt with immediately? The chief monk of the Xiangu Temple was not an ordinary top-notch expert. If the news of his death were to spread, the entire divine Tang Empire would be shaken. I told you to leave, didn't you hear me? Prince Chun's eyes flashed a cold light. When the constable heard this, his heart thumped and he quickly left. Not long after he left, Prince Chun just stood up, but he heard a noise outside the door. What's the matter? Prince Chund pushed the door and shouted. Your Highness! When Madame Hua saw Prince Chund, she quickly rushed up and then pointed to a servant behind her and said, He dared to stop me from seeing your Highness. This servant offended his superior. Your Highness, punish him quickly. When Chund Prince saw that it was Madame Hua, his eyes flashed a touch of impatience. This is my order, no one allowed it. I will not see any guests today. Don't blame him. Madame Hua was startled, then she immediately put the matter aside and said her purpose of coming here today. Your Highness, today I went to six-fan school and was bullied. Who is so bold to bully you? Don't they know that you are my woman? Prince Chun said lightly. They know, it shows that they don't put your Highness in their eyes. That woman is from the countryside, not from the capital. She doesn't know how powerful your Highness is. Madame Hua said. He's not from Beijing? Prince Chun's expression changed slightly, and he said calmly, Tell me in detail. 10 minutes later, Madame Hua had already narrated how Ning Qi and Ziyun humiliated her, adding oil and vinegar. She then said in a low voice, Your Royal Highness, someone must have bribed Marquis Gongsun Taiho to become the commander at such a young age. Why don't we take this opportunity to expel Marquis Gongsun Taiho from six-fan school and replace him with your own people? Anyway, this old man has never helped us sincerely. It's not good for us to let him continue to be the master of six-fan school. You're thinking too simply. Do you know that the person you met today killed Master Wu Shi with his own hands? Prince Chun said lightly. What? Master Wu Shi is dead? Madame Hua subconsciously covered her mouth and her eyes showed shock. Master Wu Shi is a top master, and his Dharma cultivation is extremely high. How could he die in the hands of that boy? I think he is only 18 or 19 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he can't reach the level of Master Wu Shi, right? Some people are born to be evildoers. Maybe this time we met such a person. Prince Chun said lightly. After a pause, he said, It's a pity that his surname is Ning. If his surname is not Ning, I may have a chance to meet him. Surname Ning. Is it? Madame Hua seemed to think of something, and the shock in her eyes became stronger. Her voice trembled a little. Your Highness, what should we do? Even Master Wu Shi is not his opponent. Even if we send troops, I'm afraid we can't kill this boy. You go back first. Don't show up for a short time. I'm going to Xiangu Temple. Prince Chun waved his hand. Madame Hua left the mansion in a daze. The maids and servants around her did not hear the conversation between her and Prince Chun. Seeing Madame Hua like this, a maid could not help but say, Madam, is the prince not willing to avenge you? Revenge. Madame Hua suddenly shivered and then whispered, Don't go back, let's go out of the city. Go out of the city? A group of servants suddenly felt strange, but they did not dare to ask more questions. In the prison of six-fan school, Zitian was thrown into the dark prison with a frightened face. The air inside was turbid and the ground was full of rat droppings. There were other prisoners curled up in the corner of the prison. When they saw Zitian, they stood up one after another and surrounded him. What are you doing? Don't come over. I am Zitian, the young master of the Z family. If you dare to touch me, I will let you die in prison. Zitian cried in horror. Ha ha ha, the young master of the Z family? Even if you are the young master of the Z family, once you enter this place, you will never get out again. Do you think I am afraid of you threatening me? A bearded prisoner walked in front of Zitian and looked down at him, his eyes full of ridicule. There was a burst of noise in the nearby cells. Everyone crowded in front of the fence and looked at Zitian. Boss Zhao, hurry up and wash this newcomer's hair, then he will know how to be filial to you in the future. This kid's skin is soft and tender. Boss Zhao is in luck. Hehehe. Zhao Jiaolong, who was called Boss Zhao, could not help but laugh in a low voice. His laughter suddenly made Zitian shiver. Zhao Jiaolong! Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Unbeknownst to him, there were already a few jailers standing outside the cell. Seeing this, Zhao Jiaolong's face suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. Boss Lin, who is this newcomer? He is the young master of the Z family. Don't have any bad intentions towards him. The leading jailer snorted coldly. Is he really from the Z family? With Zhao Jiaolong as the leader, the prisoners looked at each other, then revealed a trace of fear in their eyes. They slowly retreated back to the corner and continued to curl up. Zitian immediately heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the jailer gratefully. The jailer said in a low voice, "Young Master Zitian, do you have anything to say to me? I can make a trip to the Z family for you." Zitian's eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise and quickly whispered a few words. After hearing this, the jailer nodded slightly and turned to leave. Not long after, a group of the Z family's masters, madams, young masters, and young ladies all gathered together, listening to the narration of the young man in the center. That damned bastard! He brought people to put Zitian in the 6 fan school's prison? Suddenly, an old woman screamed, her voice full of anger. How could Ziyun do this? Could it be that he bribed the constables of the 6 fan school and put on this show for him? A woman of the same age as Ziyun said with a frown. Chapter 4169. Was it an act? A look of contemplation flashed in the eyes of everyone from the Z clan. Although there was such a possibility, it was not very likely. At this time, a servant hurried over and whispered to a middle-aged man who was sitting in the middle of the crowd. The man with Ziyun is the son-in-law who married into the Z family. Zi Yingfan, the head of the Z family, said lightly. Son-in-law. The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of son-in-law knows the constable of 6 fan school? Father, what's the background of this son-in-law? The woman who was the opposite of Zi Yun's age asked again. I heard that he's just the son of a poor family in Jiangyin City. Zi Yingfan said. After a pause, he continued, but according to Zi Tian's situation, this information is obviously not accurate enough. If we want to know the truth, we have to ask the girl to come. No. If the girl comes, she will definitely ask for the object left by her dead parents. But we have already sent it to Xiangu Temple and given it to the abbot. How can she take it out? Someone said hurriedly. Master, Zi Tian has never been to jail since he was a child. How can he stand it? Go and ask Gongsun Taiho to release Zi Tian. The old woman from before said in a stern voice. Then immediately send someone to capture that girl Ziyun. I want to see if she has eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard to dare make a move against Zi Tian. She had a son in her old age, and there were rumors in the capital that she doted on Zi Tian. This matter is not that simple. I need to think about it carefully. However, it is feasible to send someone to invite Ziyun to our mansion for a talk. I warn you, when the time comes, don't say anything that shouldn't be said. Treat him with respect. Zi Yingfan said after a few moments of silence. Treat her with respect? Everyone was stunned. At the same time, Chund Lord also came to Xiangu Temple. When the reception monk saw him, he immediately led him to the backyard where ordinary pilgrims couldn't go. This was the place where the abbot of Xiangu Temple cultivated. Chund Lord waved his hands and walked slowly to an old man. He cupped his hands and saluted. Greetings, master. Lord, how many times have I told you not to call me master? I've never accepted you as a disciple. The old monk stood up slowly and said calmly. Although this disciple has not officially shaved his head to become a monk, his martial arts are indeed taught by master, so this disciple should be like this. Chund Wangye said. Up to you. Why have you come here today? You called Wu Shi out last time, why didn't he come back? The old monk asked 2 questions consecutively. Chund Prince was silent for a moment, then slowly told the story. When he heard that Wu Shi died in Jiangyin City, the old monk's face was no longer indifferent. Although Wu Shi's cultivation is inferior to yours, his methods are also extraordinary. How could he die in such a small place? You said the person who killed him was surnamed Ning? You're only 18 this year? The old monk looked at Prince Chund with a solemn expression. Exactly. Prince Chund nodded. 18 to be able to kill a peerless expert. In this world, is there really someone who can bring along their memories and reincarnate? The old monk muttered to himself. Master, are you saying that this child was born with knowledge? But even so, he only had 18 years to practice martial arts in this life. How could he have reached such a level? This disciple is more willing to believe that this child has a secret. If I can figure it out, it may help Master take the last step. Prince Chund said. The old monk glanced at him. I know the purpose of your visit today. Well, this old monk will go with you. Thank you, Master. Prince Chund was slightly happy. Although before coming, he was sure that the other party would be willing to help, now that the old monk personally agreed, he suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief. There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. For some reason, Prince Chund just wanted Ning Qi to die quickly at this moment, and he didn't even want to know the secret of Ning Qi. An hour later. Your Highness, they live here. Prince Chund's subordinate said respectfully. Not far away there was an inn. This inn was extremely luxurious in the capital city, and it was bustling with people coming and going. Clear the area. Prince Chund said lightly. Yes. Countless figures ran out like ghosts. Soon, the nearby streets were blocked, and all the pedestrians were isolated. Even the irrelevant people in the inn were called out. Although they were dissatisfied, when they saw Prince Chund riding on a horse not far away, they didn't dare to say a word and ran away. What are you doing? LV Hung and his men had been guarding the inn. When they coldly watched Prince Chund's people clear the place, they slowly stood up. LV Hung, I hope you don't intervene in this matter. You are still young and have a great future. Prince Chund smiled. Your Highness, if you want to see the commander, you can ask the others to leave openly. What do you mean? LV Heng said lightly. Prince Chund smiled and did not answer LV Heng's question. Instead, he turned around and helped an old monk out of a carriage. When LV Heng and his men saw the old monk, their faces changed. When the old monk came in front of them, they hurriedly cupped their hands and saluted. Your humble servant greets the master. This old monk is just a nominal member of your 6 fan school. Don't really treat this old monk as your boss. The old monk smiled. LV Heng's face changed several times. Before he could speak, Ning Qi's voice suddenly came from behind. LV Heng and the others heard the words and hurriedly protected Ning Qi's left and right side. They looked both vigilant and dignified. They never thought that Prince Chund's reaction would be so fast. In such a short time, he invited the abbot of Xiangu Temple. This was one of the 2 martial arts peak masters of the divine Tang Empire. Even the top masters had to respectfully salute him. Your Highness, that is the abbot of Xiangu Temple. LV Heng lowered his voice and quietly reported. Ning Qi's eyes swept over Prince Chund and the old monk. Then, his eyes showed disappointment. Alas, he is not the person I am looking for. What was he talking about? Prince Chund frowned slightly. The old monk seemed to be thinking about the meaning of Ning Qi's words. Commander Ning, this is the first time we meet, right? I didn't expect you to be younger than the rumors say. Prince Chund said with a smile. Let's get straight to the point. I don't have time to waste with you, Ningqi said lightly. Prince Chun's face changed slightly. His subordinates subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but they were stopped by him. Commander Ning, this is Master Hui Ning, the abbot of Xiangu Temple. Hello, Master Hui Ning. Ningqi nodded. Benefactor, you just said that this old monk is not the person you are looking for? May I know who you are looking for? Old monk Hui Ning said with a faint smile. Someone stronger than you, Ningqi said lightly. Chapter 4170. What a joke! Chund Prince couldn't help but sneer. Someone stronger than Master Huaining? Even the current national master doesn't dare to say that. Ningqi smiled. I met two guys some time ago. They were much stronger than Master Huaining, but they were as weak as ants compared to the person I'm looking for. You're joking. I think you're a joke. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. LV Hung and others looked a little strange. There were probably only 2 or 3 people in the capital who dared to humiliate Chund Prince in front of him, including the national master and the emperor of the divine Tang Empire. However, they were very curious about what Ningqi said. In this world, was there really a martial artist who was stronger than the Xiangu Temple's abbot and the national master? Their commander Ning had actually seen so many of them? Could it be that Commander Ning obtained his martial arts inheritance from those two? Could it be that the former martial arts peak had not died for many years and was hiding in the mountains to cultivate and was met by Commander Ning? LV Heng had many speculations in his mind. How dare you insult the prince like this? The subordinates around Chund Prince were furious. Chund Prince's face was also slightly livid because of Ningqi's words. He was silent for a moment and then looked at the Xiangu Temple's abbot, Master Huaining. I think Master Wu Shi died in the hands of this man. With Master Wu Shi's identity, even if the emperor wanted to kill him, he would have to go through a joint trial. This man dared to kill Master Wu Shi. I hope Master Huaining can kill this man at this moment. As for his identity, you don't have to worry about it. I will personally report this to the emperor. Buddha doesn't kill innocent people. Master Huaining chuckled. Chun Lord's face changed slightly. Before he could speak, Master Huaining continued to say with a smile, but Commander Ning is full of monstrous murderous aura. I am afraid that countless innocent people have died in his hands. No matter how merciful the Buddha is, he will help this devil. Chund Prince suddenly grinned. With Master Huaining's help, everything would be. Puff! A cold light flashed. Master Huaining didn't even have time to react, and his neck was directly cut off by the dragon saber. His head flew into the air, and after a few rounds, it landed on the broken neck. However, his face was no longer facing Ningqi, but Chund Prince. LV Heng. He felt that this scene was too similar to what had happened in River Een City. Master Wu Shi seemed to have been cut in half in this manner. However, the person who came was the abbot of Xiangu Temple, one of the 2 terrifying existences at the pinnacle of martial arts in the divine Tang Empire. How could he be killed with a single slash? After the rest of the constables recovered from their shock, they looked at Master Huaining's corpse, which was still standing on the spot, with a complicated look in their eyes. Then, they trembled with excitement. This time, they had really followed the right person. If he could kill someone at the peak of the martial Tao, what else in the world couldn't he kill? To put it bluntly, even if Ningqi directly attacked the imperial court, he could still easily take the head of the current emperor. And Master. It took Chund Prince a few breaths to react, and he looked at Master Huaining in disbelief. However, Master Huaining's eyes had long lost focus. Looking closely, there seemed to be a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes, as if he was wondering why he would die so easily under the opponent's saber. After the group of men who followed Chund Prince reacted, they were so scared that they threw the weapons in their hands to the ground. Then, they immediately picked them up and looked at Ning Chi in horror. The look in their eyes was as if they were looking at a devil coming out of hell. Chund Prince, do you think this Master Huaining is very strong? Why can't he even take one slash from me? Ning Chi's index finger gently stroked the blade and wiped the blood on it. Then, with a flick of his finger, the blood suddenly shot on Chund Prince's face, making him tremble all over. He woke up from the shock and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. You killed Master Huaining? Chund Prince reached out to wipe the blood on his face and took a few steps back. Because the surrounding area had been cleared by Chund Prince, no one saw this shocking scene except for them. Yes, I killed him. Ning Chi smiled. The shock on Chund Prince's face gradually dissipated, and then he put on a gentle smile and said to Ning Chi, I didn't expect Commander Ning's martial arts cultivation to be so high. Even Master Huaining is no match for you. It's a blessing for me to see this scene today, but I still have some private matters to deal with, so I will leave first. After that, he gestured to his men and was about to turn around and leave. Go? Why do you want to go? Invite Chund Prince into the inn to talk about the old days. Ning Chi said lightly. Yes. Lu Heng immediately took his men forward and directly grabbed Chund Prince and brought him into the inn. As for his men, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chund Prince himself did not dare to resist and was brought into the inn obediently. In the inn, Ning Chi sat boldly, with Lu Heng and others standing beside him. Chund Prince sat opposite Ning Chi. As for his men, they only dared to look outside the door and did not dare to leave. They did not dare to step into the inn without Ning Chi's consent. Master Huaining's body was still standing there. Even the peak of martial arts could be killed in one move. They were nothing. Chund Prince, do you know your crime? Ning Chi suddenly shouted coldly. Chund Prince was stunned and then said with a smile, What crime did I commit? In fact, there may be a misunderstanding in this, I don't know. I am the commander of 6 Fan School. You brought Master Huaining to kill me, and you ask me what crime I have committed? Do you know that murdering an official of the imperial court is a triple crime? What's more, you are a prince. I think the current emperor will not say that I did anything wrong even if I execute you here. Ning Chi said lightly. Chund Prince looked more and more flustered. He had never been so nervous in front of an 18 or 19-year-old boy since he was a child. Execute him on the spot? When he thought of Ning Chi's means just now, Chund Prince subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Perhaps Ning Chi really dared to do such a thing. Commander Ning, you haven't killed me yet. I think you want to ask me something. Ask away, I will tell you everything I know. I only hope that after today we can shake hands and make peace. Chund Prince said slowly. Let me ask you, is the strength of the Divine Tang Empire's national preceptor similar to that of Master Huaining? Ning Chi said lightly. Well, the two of them are similar in strength and… Chund Prince hesitated for a moment and whispered, the national preceptor and Master Huaining are brothers. They came to our Divine Tang Empire in the early years. I suspect that the sect behind them is very powerful because the two of them dare not take a step out of the Divine Tang Empire. Chapter 4171. Remember in 1 second 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. They dare not step out of Shun Tang. LV Hung and the others' eyes moved slightly. As the arresters of 6 Fan School, they knew countless secrets, but they knew very little about the imperial master of the Shin Tang Empire and the abbot of Xiangu Temple. It was really surprising to hear Lord Chun say that the two did not dare to leave Shin Tang. It should be a cultivator sect. It seems that there is no one I'm looking for in the capital. Ning Chi smiled. A cultivator sect? There was a trace of confusion in everyone's eyes. Only Lord Chun's eyes moved slightly, but he immediately calmed down. Judging from your reaction just now, you seem to know a little about this cultivator sect? Didn't you say that you would tell me everything you know? Ning-Chi smiled faintly. Lord Chund was slightly stunned. He calmed down so quickly and didn't show any flaws in his expression. How could the other party see through it? This, Lord Chund hesitated for a few seconds. Seeing that Ning-Chi's eyes were getting colder and colder, he sighed softly and told him everything he knew. Master Huaining once told me that there is a mysterious realm above the peak of martial arts. The peak of martial arts is just the limit of mortals. The real experts can walk in the air. Some time ago, the Z family sent something to Master Huaining. If there is no accident, he can use this thing to break through the bottleneck in another year and take the most important step. You said that the Z family sent something to Master Huaining. What is it? Zi Yun appeared behind Ning-Chi and looked at Lord Chund with a solemn expression. A Buddha bead, Lord Chund said. My husband, that Buddhist bead was obtained by my parents from a foreign merchant. Due to some reasons, it was temporarily kept in the Z family. Later on, my parents died tragically in an accident, and the Z family didn't even allow me to enter. Now it seems that they deliberately hid this Buddhist bead. Ziyun said in a deep voice. Maybe the cause of your parents' death is not that simple. Ning-Chi smiled and glanced at Lvheng. I will immediately send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. If it was really done by the Z family, there must be some clues left. Lu Heng cupped his fist. Ziyun was slightly stunned. If Ning-Chi hadn't mentioned it today, she would never have thought that her parents might have been killed by someone from the main branch of the Z family. In other words, if she didn't know that the Buddha beads were given to the abbot of Xiangwu Temple, she wouldn't have known that the beads were so important. She wanted to get it back because her mother once told her that the beads were for her. Go get the Buddhist beads from Monk Huining first. He should be carrying such an important item with him. Ning-Chi smiled faintly. Lu Heng was slightly stunned. He immediately turned around and walked in front of Monk Huining. Although he was dead, his body was standing firmly on the ground. It was enough to show how strong his martial arts cultivation was. It was hard for ordinary people to reach. Master, I'm sorry. Lvheng hesitated for a moment, but finally put his palms together and bowed. Then, he started searching Monk Huining's body. Soon, he discovered something strange about the Buddhist bead bracelet on his hand. One of the Buddhist beads seemed to be shining with golden light. Although it wasn't obvious, it was very different from other Buddhist beads. Lvheng took off the bracelet, returned to Ning-Chi, and respectfully handed it to Ning-Chi. When Prince Chun saw the bracelet, his face changed slightly. In fact, he had long known that Monk Huining carried this Buddhist bead with him, but he didn't know why he was bluffed by Ning-Chi, so he couldn't help but say it. In the end, the Buddhist bead fell into Ning-Chi's hands. Ziyun, is it this Buddhist bead? Ning-Chi reached out and crushed the rest of the Buddhist beads, leaving only the larger Buddhist bead that emitted golden light. Ziyun subconsciously reached out to take it, but her hand froze in midair. Not only her, but even Lvheng and Prince Chun seemed to have their acupoints poked. Ning-Chi frowned slightly and stood up abruptly. The air seemed to have stopped flowing, and time seemed to have paused. Ning-Chi's expression became more and more solemn. After a few breaths, he suddenly saw the bodies of Ziyun and others quietly flicker a few times. It was as if an afterimage was about to disappear. Is all this really an illusion? Ning-Chi's face suddenly calmed down. The next moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from the Buddhist bead and went straight into Ning-Chi's eyebrows. Then, scenes flashed in front of Ning-Chi's eyes. The scenes began with Ning-Chi marrying into the Z family, but later, it was not the appearance in Ning-Chi's memory. Ning-Chi in the scenes was a weak scholar. After he entered the Z family, he was ridiculed by many people. Only Ziyun treated him quite well. Jiang Tianshu often came to humiliate Ning-Chi. Then, there was one time when Ning Qi attacked out of anger and killed Jiang Tianshu. Then, the Black Tiger Gang attacked. The Black Tiger Gang first killed Ning Qi's parents and his younger brother and sister, and then joined forces with Li Hu to kill the Zi family. After sacrificing countless servants, Ning Qi and Zi Yun fought their way out of the encirclement and ran to the capital. In the next few years, Ning Qi and Zi Yun lived in the main branch of the Zi family until one day, the abbot of Xiangu Temple came to the Zi family. Monk Hui Ning didn't stay in the Zi family for long. After he left, Ning Qi found that there were more memories in his mind. It was a set of cultivation methods that could help him cultivate to become an immortal. Ning Qi felt as if he had found a treasure. He devoted himself to cultivation for decades and finally rose to power, uprooting his former enemies, such as the Black Tiger Gang. With his help, Zi Yun also set foot in the field of cultivation. After that, Monk Huining often talked to Ning Qi about cultivation. After a long time, Ning Qi's status in the Divine Tang Empire had become slightly higher than the emperor, and the martial artists in Jianghu regarded him as a god. One day, Monk Huining invited Ning Qi and Zi Yun to Xiangu Temple, but Ning Qi didn't expect that Monk Huining had set up a trap in Xiangu Temple. Suddenly, a few people with cultivation more powerful than Ning Qi appeared and interrogated Ning Qi about his cultivation method. Ning Qi tried his best to escape with Zi Yun. From then on, he set foot in an unheard-of realm, the world of cultivation. The scene suddenly stopped here. Ning Qi subconsciously opened his eyes and found himself in a gloomy temple. His body was wrapped in white spider silk, and these spider silk were constantly extracting essence blood from his body, sucking his cultivation. Beside him and opposite him, he saw countless dried corpses wrapped in spider webs. In the center of the temple, a huge spider was crouching. This spider was extraordinary. It had 18 heads, and the face of each head was that of a peerless beauty. Ning Qi rolled his eyes calmly. This spider seemed to be in a deep sleep and didn't notice that he had woken up from the illusion. So I've been in this state all this time. Is this spider the existence in that giant city that even the silver dragon is afraid of? Ning Qi looked at the spider. The next moment, he found that the eyes of one of the spider's heads trembled slightly, as if it was about to wake up. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.